Hello everyone, it's me Rory Paddock for pictureinathepaddock.co.uk. We're live. It's coming up to 1:20. It's day 4, it's Gold Cup day of the Cheltenham Festival. So without further ado, let's get stuck into the action. We've got 10 minutes to go until the first race. But what I will do is I will give you my selections for the whole entire day, first off. And I'll let you have a little think about whether or not they're worth following. Let's have a look here. There we go. I've gone Jagard to finish in the top 6. It's actually 125 to 1 shot. Then I've got Sharjah and Highland Charge each way in the county hurdle. 3-card Bragg is my idea of the winner in the Albert Bartlett. But Shambali Kid has the form and a very attractive price for an each way bet. The Gold Cup, I've gone for Aplutard to make it back-to-back wins. But Manila Indo is way too big a price to ignore. The Challenge Cup, tentative selections, I have to admit. The Storyteller, and it's on the line. The Mare's Chase looks an absolute nightmare to pick a winner. And the Martin Pipe, again, 2 tentative each-way selections. No Ordinary Joe and Haxo in the 5:30. Oh, the bet that I'm also going to do today, and it might be worth just mentioning, is these 4 horses. Sharjah to finish in the top 7, 3-card Bragg for a top 6 finish, Manila Indo for a top 6 finish, and the Storyteller to finish in the top 7. Pays just less than 10 to 1, so might be worth a little bit of a punt. And just to clarify, that it is a bet that I can do. That's the bet, a copy of my betting slip from earlier, just to prove that those bets are on, those prices are correct. There we go. I'll be honest with you, I've done a bet like that, but I've also included combinations with Jagard, Highland Charge, Shambali Kid, and also No Ordinary Joe and Haxo. But again, different combinations of them. Now, the first race of the day is the Triumph Hurdle. It comes up shortly. And it's just a Willie Mullins fest, isn't it? I know that doesn't exactly, shock anyone when you're talking about a Cheltenham Festival race. Willie Mullins having goodness knows how many runners. Let's have a look, see if we can count them. Blood Destiny, he's got Gust of Wind, that's 2. He's got Cincer, that's 3. Gala Marceau, that's 5. Jagard, that's 6. Lossy Mouth, that's 7. And Zenta, that's 8. He's got more than half the field, 8 out of 15. I'll be completely honest, last year I was all over Vauban, and it proved to be correct. Looks to be trying to do the same thing, same connections. Obviously, Richie here with Lossy Mouth. But the last race, it was, I guess it threw up a few questions for a few people in regards to it. Stablemate Blood Destiny's done absolutely nothing wrong. I'll be honest, I've just seen it walk around the paddock. It doesn't strike you as the most impressive looking animal. I think if I had to go for one of the more fancied ones, I'd probably go Zenta as an each way bet. I think 8 to 1's perhaps starting to look a little bit generous. But as you can see on screen, I've gone for Jagard. It is 100 to 1 at the moment. I'm not going to be backing it each way with only 3 places on offer, with it being a novices contest. Certainly no point doing that with 15 runners. But Jagard to finish in the top 3 was 3 to 1. I actually think it's probably a little bit bigger now. So let's just have a look what the price is now for that exact same bet. Because I think I did that at the time when the horse was around 66s or 80 to 1. So let's have a look. Here we go. If I just bring it up, I'm not going to put it on screen. Obviously, I don't want to show off my betting account to the whole world. But Jagard, now that it's priced at 100 to 1 for a top 6 finish, is 9 to 4. So 3 to 1 still is the best price that you could have got. But we're going to go with Jagard. The reason I've gone with Jagard is purely based on the ground today. Obviously, it's started to get a little bit softer throughout the day. It rained again yesterday. It rained again on Wednesday. And obviously with them racing on it yesterday, it will have churned up that ground a little bit more. Horse is actually making his debut for Willie Mullins. Only 1 start, finished 3rd over in France. I think it was at Auteuil. The fact that it did that, I think, showed that it will absolutely love sort of testing conditions. A lot of French imports tend to love testing conditions when we're talking about national hunt horses. So if he can put his best foot forward and obviously relish and really enjoy this ground, then I think that could be telling at a big price. I mean, he's trained by Willie Mullins, owned by the same owners of the likes of Album Photo and Shishkin, was bought for a pretty penny, so they clearly expect it to do something. Now, whether or not they've bought it with a view to it being a chaser further down the line, I imagine that's probably the case. But I will go with Jagard just to finish in the top 6. And if any of the big names falter, then he may just be running on at the end, potentially. I mean, if I had to pick a winner, I think Lossiemouth is probably the most likely. If I had to go for a horse to actually back in terms of it being a win or each way selection, I'd actually go with the one at the bottom of the race card, Zenta. Yeah, I'd go Zenta each way, but my bet, as you can see on screen, is Jagard. I'll be honest, I've done another bet as well. I know I sound like I've had like every single which way, but what I've done is I've gone for Lossiemouth to finish in the top 3 with either Zenta or Gala Marceau. You know, I know that doesn't exactly mean you're a genius if you pick something like that out. But no, look, if you're looking for a bet, you're looking for a selection. Lossiemouth is probably the most likely winner, but probably too short now. I would go Zenta each way, and then as you can see on screen, Jagard to finish in the top 6. I think at 3-1, I'd rather back that and have a little bit of a play. You're going to get more back for your money, and the horse only has to finish it nearly in the top half of the field. You know, obviously with 15 runners, call it 7.5, obviously the middle. So if you can just do a little bit better than finishing the top half, then Jagard could be the one to go for here, just to do the business and get somewhere near the front. Like I said, doesn't need to win, doesn't need to finish in the first 3 like most bookmakers are paying, just needs to finish in that first 6. That's the one I'm going for anyway. The race is coming up in about 3 minutes' time. Whilst we wait for that race, why not put your best bets in the comments below? Any questions you want to fire at me, by all means do so. What I will also do after this race is I'll give you a couple of selections for the all-weather tonight. I did that yesterday, and the first 2 came in. Sadly, nothing else was added to it, but we will see whether or not we can do a little bit better tonight. There's 4 I like at really big odds, including a 40-1 shot, so hopefully that comes in. I'll be honest, this race, not something that I'm overly confident about. It's just a little bit of interest with Jagard. My more well-fancied selections definitely come in the next race. And if all I'm going to say is if my selection in the next race comes in, I will be lapping the room, dancing, screaming, shouting. It's a horse that I backed anti-post. It's a horse that I've actually made my Racing Post nap. So if you go to the Racing Post website, or if you've got a Racing Post in your hand today, then look for the naps table. Look for my name, Rory Paddock. You'll see it next to the Jersey Evening Post, and you'll be able to see what my nap of the day in the next race is. Also, we've got the Gold Cup. I've not even mentioned it yet. Obviously, the big race of the entire festival, 3:30, the Gold Cup. Galopin Des Champs been absolutely smashed this morning, now into around 5-4. Applutard has had a lot of support throughout the week. Was as big as 8-1. I backed the horse earlier in the week. Now down to around 4-1, 9-2. Clear second favourite. Obviously with Henry de Bromhead's yard going absolutely all guns blazing this week. It's easy to see why people have latched onto that one. And then after that, there's quite a few at sort of like decent odds. You've got Noble Yates. You've got Manella Indo, who's done very little wrong in obviously a former race winner. Where is this bet? Haikus, yes. So I personally back with Paddy Power. If you go to the race on Paddy Power, it'll be relatively similar with other bookmakers. And you'll have your winner each way. You'll have length in your odds. You'll have what's odds Paddy, betting without. You'll have your forecast and TriCast, all your different bets. But on the top line, you'll see top finish. And it'll show you how many sort of places they're offering. So, for example, we've got top 6, but it will also offer up top 5, top 4, top 3. You know, so for example, I've gone for Jagard top 6, but if you wanted to be a bit more confident and go Jagard for a top 4 finish, as an example, that's paying 7 to 1. If you want it in a top 5 finish, then they're offering around 9 to 2. But I've gone for a top 6 finish and it's offering around 3 to 1. So yeah, if you're betting with Petty Power, other bookmakers do this bet, but I'm just going for the one that I've chosen, that I bet with most of the time. And you're looking for the bet that says top finish. It's along the top of the race card in terms of the betting market. You'll see top finish, and that's where you'll be able to find it. It's actually gone to 5 to 2 now, if you're looking to have that bet. But that's where you can find Jagard or others just to finish in the money. It's a bet that I actually really quite like. I'm not a massive favourites backer unless I'm putting them in some sort of multiples or a lucky 15 or something like that. I will always try and find a bit of value in a race. With that being said, you know, let's say for argument's sake, decent at 5 to 2. So I'll be dead honest, Coos. I'll be really honest and upfront with you. This race is a nightmare. The Willie Mullins has over half the field. Lossiemouth looks like probably the most likely winner, but I couldn't trust it based on its last run. If I was to have a bet, just a single bet, it would probably be Zenta each way. I think, you know, the price of that horse is now what? Let's have a look. The price now is around 12 to 1. So if you're looking for an each way, but because it's a novices race, what's really frustrating is that they're only going to offer the first 3. Most bookmakers, 15 runners only offering the first 3 at a festival like this. It's not for me. So I'll be honest with you, I've gone for Jagard top 6. Just very, very small stakes. I'm not going to be telling people to lump on. So, you know, my 2 bets, if I had to give you another one, would be Zenta each way. That's only if you can find a bookmaker paying the first 4. Maybe go Zenta for a top 4 finish. Let me see what that price is. Zenta for a top 4 finish is, let's have a look. See, it's 11 to 10. Yeah, they're all coming into line anyway. So hopefully, whatever you bet, you'll end up with a return. I will hand you over to Richard Hoyles very, very shortly. But yeah, like I said, just a bit of interest. Yeah, like you say, top 3 is just harsh. That's why I've just had to sort of force myself to find something else. You know, I've just had to force myself to look for a different bet. It's a false start anyway, so that's fine. You will get the audio commentary. I don't know what horse that is, but it's pulling the jockey's arms off. But yeah, I think it's one of those when you've got Willie Mullins having so many runners, it's just like, look, if I'm being totally honest, if it wasn't the festival, it'd be a no bet race completely for me. You know, but I wanted a bit of interest. I didn't want people to come on the stream and me just say, I'm not having a bet in this. And that's it, you all disappear. Because it just seems a bit unfair. So I've gone for that I've gone for Genta purely based on the price, purely based on the fact that top 6 means that it only has to finish just above the first half. I've gone for the fact that it's probably a Willie Mullins horse. I've gone for the fact that it's big time connections. I've gone for the fact that Michael O'Sullivan, who's had a really good festival for a young rider already, he's booked for the ride. And I've gone for the fact that it's soft ground and the horse is a French import. But yeah, in terms of betting rest of the day, I've got something in every single race except for the Mare's Chase. My bigger bets, my more stronger fancy, shall we say, definitely in the next race, and definitely in a few later on. Obviously, we've got to have a big punt in the Gold Cup. It'd be rude not to. But yeah, this one we'll start off slow. We'll ease into it. Hey, you never know. Might end up with 100 to 1 winner here. If we do, then we'll be laughing. I doubt it. Like I said, if someone put a gun to my head and pick out the winner, I'd go Lossiemouth, but it would be no great confidence. If someone put a gun to my head and said I needed a single each way bet, it'd be Zenta. But nevertheless, I've gone with Jagard. They're coming in again. Hopefully, they'll be off. And they are indeed. I'll hand you over to Richard Hoyles for the rest of the commentary.
And they get a reasonable roar as Blood Destiny in the red and white colours and Jupiter Digit head towards the first of the flights of hurdles, which they're all over safely. Jacobet Cavern is the back marker. So Jupiter Digit is enthusiastic, to say the least, and gallops on by 3 to 4 lengths from Blood Destiny. Racing in third place is Hypotenuse. And behind these in fourth place, Shipco. Lossy Mouth races in fifth place with Gala Marceau, and then the main body of the field, with the likes of Almuhit and Active Duty away to the right-hand side. The grey and the checks is Shagard with Gust of Wind in yellow and purple. Then centre, back markers include Right Sir Tom, Ascending, and last of all, Jacobet Cavern. So Jupiter Digit continues to race on towards the second, with Hypotenuse moving through into second place. Blood Destiny comes next as they rise at the second. Shipco and Lossy Mouth.
Whoa, nearly had a fall then. Jagard nearly absolutely. Fair play to Michael O'Sullivan for holding on to that. Don't think it's looking good here, folks.
Third place, sold out grandstands this afternoon. Third place, Hypotenuse, who's just hanging off the bend there, went a little wider. Might have been deliberate and looking for different ground. Shipco staying closer to the rail. Lossy Mouth the grey in fifth place with Active Duty, Gala Marceau and Gust of Wind. Behind these is Cinsa. Zenta, Jagard after that mistake has 3 behind. They are Right Sir Tom, also towards the back, Jacobet Cavern, and Ascending. 3 flights hurdles in relatively quick succession. And hanging badly is Hypotenuse. And he almost took out one of the runners on the outside there as they went on towards the next. And that runner is Lossy Mouth, who's in an extremely uncomfortable position on the outside of the hanging Hypotenuse at the moment. As Blood Destiny and Jupiter Digit step over that. There was a mistake by Gust of Wind. As they make their way on, hurdles coming thick and fast, and then a bit of a respite. Hypotenuse still hanging out with Shipco and Jupiter Digit lead Blood Destiny. Lossy Mouth in fifth place on the outside of Gala Marceau. Zenta improves into midfield on the inside of Gust of Wind. Then Active Duty ahead of Almuhit. Jagard with Cinsa ascending towards the back with Right Sir Tom and Jacobet Cavern. So out in the lead, it is Shipco. Hypotenuse still taking this wide passage. I'm not exactly sure who's choosing that, whether it's the horse or the rider, to be honest, with Jupiter Digit now having shot his bolt in third, passed by Blood Destiny, and it's definitely the horse, because Hypotenuse, well, I don't remember my algebra, but it was something about the sum of the squares, and Hypotenuse has gone off at a right angle of that flight of hurdles, and they've now got this long run to the second last. Shipco leads, Blood Destiny, Lossy Mouth on the far side. Active Duty makes some progress as they bunch up with Zenta, Gust of Wind, and Gala Marceau in the very pale colours, so they're now all bunching up. Lossy Mouth just with a bit of a head of steam up on the outside of Blood Destiny, and they are charting wider courses. In midfield, the likes of Ascending trying to make a little bit of ground with Almuhit, but the pace has just paused. And Shipco leads them on the run down then towards the second last flight of hurdles. Shipco with Lossy Mouth on the descent, she is pulling pretty hard. Then in third is Blood Destiny with Gust of Wind. Zenta and Gala Marceau ridden more quietly is still in touch. Jagard is trying to make some progress as well. So racing towards 2 out, Lossy Mouth will pick up alongside Shipco. Blood Destiny in red and white. Gala Marceau in the pack.
I'll be honest, guys, Jagard's not travelling too bad, but
Active Duty comes next ahead of Jagard and Ascending, making the turn back towards.
it needs to be able to pick a few of these off, though.
However, is beginning to improve. Blood Destiny is on the retreat, making ground as well as Gust of Wind with Gala Marceau heading down towards the final flight of hurdles, and it's Lossy Mouth taken on by Zenta. A 1-2 for Willie Mullins at the moment. Then Gala Marceau, and behind these in fourth is Gust of Wind. Lossy Mouth at the moment holding Zenta, heading down towards.
Jagard's not getting; it's getting a bit boxed in.
Who has the lead at the last? Lossy Mouth is over by 2 lengths from Zenta. Then Gala Marceau with 200 yards to race. It is Lossy Mouth at the moment keeping up the gallop, keeping a 2-length advantage over Gala Marceau, who's moved past Zenta, but neither will move past Lossy Mouth, who wins the JCB Triumph Hurdle. Before Town Willie Mullins in the Ritchie colours. Gala Marceau was in second place. In third then is Zenta. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I was right. Well, I was right in the sense that I said Lossy Mouth is the most likely winner. Yeah, like I said, Lossy Mouth looked the most likely winner, but it wasn't a horse I could bet with. I said the best each way chance would have been Zenta, that finishes third. Sod's Law, I just didn't follow. I didn't follow suit. I went to try and be a bit difficult, a bit tricky. I say my selection, Jagard finished around 9th, I think. We'll see this coming in there. Yeah, it's Willie Mullins 1, 2, 3, 4. Kel Surprise. I'm just waiting to see where mine's come. Yeah, it's around 10th there, I think. Blood Destiny was a bit poor, but it wasn't one that I would have been on. But yeah, Lossiemouth wins well. Obviously, the same connections won the race last year with Vauban. Vauban, who was right behind me just there. You can see winning. Oh, there we go. Winning the same race last year when I was at the festival myself. But yeah, Paul Townend, Willie Mullins horse, owned by Rich Ritchie. Surprise, surprise, is the one and the winner of the first. I will be back in about 5 minutes with perhaps my biggest bets of the day coming in the county hurdle. But I'm going to have 5 minutes, grab myself a drink, grab myself a snack, maybe go for a piss. But I'll be back shortly. Whilst I'm away, why not put in the comments below your best bets for the rest of the day? Well done, mate. Well done with your top four, yeah. Zenta top four. Like I said, I've kind of done well in essence. I've called the race as Lossiemouth the most likely winner and Zenta the best each way bet. I mean, I don't know, it's a massive after timing, but I did have straight forecast Lossiemouth to beat Zenta, Lossiemouth to beat the Gala Marceau. So that's come in. One of them has. I think I was just trying a bit too hard to be a bit tricky and look for a bit of advantage in a race that, to be honest with you, I had no real strong thoughts in. I do in the next. So if you fancy sticking around, I'll let you know what they are.
it, but he's getting older. So if you want the team to play for the next few years, you got to take Austin because he's got the pace, he's got the youth. So you,
Jay is sort of kind of just about to go live with you.
Hello everyone, how are we all doing? Now you've probably been watching me aimlessly look at my phone for a moment. But yeah, we're back. Next up, we've got the 210 at Cheltenham, and this is probably my two biggest or best bets of the day. Go on, I'll be kind. I'll let you have them now. Let's have a look. County Hurdle, Sharjah and Highland Charge. Now, you can see on screen there, Highland Charge currently 100 to 1. So I hear you cry, why the fuck have you gone for 100 to 1 shot, Rory? And this is why. What I'll do is I'll bring up the horse's form and we'll go through it together. So you know that I've not completely lost my mind. So let's have a look here. Let's have a look. See if I can share this onto the screen with all of you guys. Can you hear me all right? Is the sound all right? Just double checking I've not muted myself. Classic. Mute and then just disappear. It's all right. What I'm going to do, I'm going to see if I can share it now. Here we go. Here we go. Right, so you can see the horse there. That's the horse's form. We go Highland Charge. Now, it's raced over 2 chases. So we just have a look at its chase form. It's been shocking. Absolutely atrocious. But in his first chase start, it did finish 3rd behind a certain El Fabiolo, which isn't bad form, really, considering what El Fabiolo has gone on to do. But we're going to ignore its chase form because it's not over chases. It's a hurdler. Now, we'll go from most recent. Now, most recently, it finished bog standard, stone last, 8th of 8 in a grade 2 at Navan. The winner that day was Blazing Carl. Blazing Carl went off one of the well-fancied horses for the Stayers Hurdle yesterday. Failed to deliver, but a massive talking horse, plenty of ability, plenty of talent. No shame in that. But I'm going to scratch that race from the record, simply because, as we can see here, it was over 2 mile 5. The horse doesn't want 2 mile 5. It's too far. It's not the horse's ballpark. It's not where it wants to be. It's got a bit more pace than that. So ignore that. Everything prior to that, we'll have a look at. So first ever hurdle race, finished 6th of 14. It was a decent looking race. You've got Eric Bloodaxe, who was well touted as it was a hot favourite that day. But you know what? It was his first ever racecourse start, finishing 6th of 14. That's not a problem. Absolutely fine. Fair enough result. It then went on to another maiden hurdle at Navan, and it finished 2nd behind the Goffer. Now, the Goffer ended up putting in a really decent effort over fences earlier in the festival, so there's no shame in that whatsoever. Now, its 3rd run, and this is the one that certainly sparked my attention, is another maiden hurdle. It was an 18-runner race, and it finished 2nd behind Sir Gerhard. who was an absolute beast of a maiden hurdler. It was, you know, a superstar. It had won. I think by that time, had it won? Just trying to think now. Yeah, it had. What's it? It had won the champion bumper. You know, there is no shame in that whatsoever. You know, and prior to its to winning that maiden hurdle, it had come third in a grade 3 over hurdles. So the form of that run, a second behind Sir Gerhard, is really impressive. It then went on to win its maiden hurdle and did it in decent enough fashion. That was at Naas. And then after that, it went on to win a grade 3 novice hurdle race on soft ground. So what have we learned? Well, we've learned that the horse prefers to go hurdling, so we scrap all its chase form. It's back over hurdles today. We know that the horse prefers soft ground. It's got soft ground. We know that the horse prefers around 2 miles. It's got around 2 miles today, 2 mile 1. It's got all three things in its favour: ground, trip, type of obstacles. It hails from a big time yard, big time owner, Gigginstown. Also, the trainer won this race previously for the same connections. And it's making its handicap debut, and it's got a decent weight. It's not weighted up to the tilt. I think 100 to 1, if I've read this race correctly, for a horse like that, is brilliant. If you can get 6 places, then we'll take a bit 100 to 1, because I genuinely think Highland Charge has a cracking each way chance. Let's have a look who's riding it as well. Let me just double check. Sam Ewing, more than capable. He's now 125 to 1 best odds. You know what? If you've got £1 in your betting account, we're sticking 50p each way on it, all right? Now, that's from one sort of extreme to the other. So one horse showing its, what's the word I'm looking for? Showing its potential. There we go. I'll bring the race card back up now. To another horse who's already shown how good it can be. Sharjah, bearing in mind, on its best day, has finished second, not once, but twice. It's been runner-up in the champion hurdle. That is by far the best form on offer here. And it's now in a handicap. 3 miles might be an issue, but you know what? If it's anywhere near its best, Sharjah will absolutely batter a field like this. Let's have a look what its best odds are at the moment. Top weight, 10 to 1. I think that's a cracking each way bet. I really do. We've just seen the same connections win the opening race. Also, Willie Mullins has plotted something like this previously when going for a horse that's been competing in graded company, then dropped into handicap company and absolutely dominating. Whether or not they're doing the same with Sharjah, I think potentially it could be the same sort of plot for connections here. Sharjah and further down the line, number 18 on the race card, Highland Charge, are my two. Highland Charge now 150 to 1. If you were like, look, is it some sort of absolute cert? Nowhere near, of course it isn't. But 150 to 1 is ridiculous. I would have expected that horse to be around 50 to 1. If I was to price up the race, somewhere around 33s, 50 to 1, that's what I would go with. 150 is way too big for me. You know what? I might even go in again. Let me have a look what my bookmaker are offering for that horse. 125. You know what? I'm going to go in again. I'm going to have another little bet. Why not? I'm going to have another little bet on Highland Charge. Those are my two. Highland Charge and Sharjah, both each way, both for completely different reasons, but both, I think, have much better chances than their odds currently suggest. One thing I will also point out as well is I've also had a little accumulator bet today. So if you want to follow me, then this is what I've gone for. I've gone Sharjah for a top 7 finish in this. 3-card Bragg to finish in the top 6. Manila Indo for a top 6 finish in the Gold Cup. I think that's pretty much buying money, to be fair. And the Storyteller in basically the Amateurs Gold Cup, the Challenge Cup at 410 to finish in the top 7. The reason I'm telling you that is obviously the first leg is up. That pays just short of 10 to 1. I've done that. To be honest with you, personally, I've backed that in trebles and the fourfold. And hopefully something good comes of it. Just to clarify as well, just so you know that these bets are and odds are correct. This is the actual copy of the bet I put on. You can see there the correct number of top 7 finish, top 6, etc. and the correct odds, rather than me just showing up a graphic there and you going, hang on a minute, I can't get that bet on. But that's what I've gone for anyway. And these are my 2. Sharjah and Highland Charge. I'm going to go in again, like I said. So let's get another bet on them. I think 125 to 1 I can get for Highland Charge. So if we do that, look, pressing all the wrong buttons here. My bookmaker are offering, I think it's the first 6 places. They are first 6 home. I'm not going to be brave enough to do a reverse forecast on those 2, but I've done Sharjah and Highland Charge. What are you backing in this race? Why don't you tell me? Pop that in the comments below, and I'll give you props if you end up with the winner. But yeah, Sharjah and Highland Charge. I've actually backed Highland Charge anti-post a couple of weeks ago as well for this race at around 80 to 1. So it's got an even bigger on the actual day. I hope I've seen something that's worthwhile. I mean, look, if it comes in, you'll see me absolutely have an absolute fit and scream and shout. I'll certainly have lost my voice. But what I'm going to do, I want to take a short break. We're coming up to 2 o'clock. I'll be back at about 5 minutes before the race, so we can take in that race together. Those are my 2 selections. Good luck if you follow. Hopefully, we'll land the spoils in the county hurdle. Hello everyone, it's me, Rory Paddock. I'm back, and it's just in time for the 2:10. It's the Coral Cup. There's 26 runners that are set to go to post. Clear 92 favourite is Pembroke. Then vying for second favourite there, you can see Hunter's Yarn, really nice looking horse. Filey Bay, who finished second, their big handicap last time. Gin Coco 7-1, Sharjah 11-1, Ballyadam at 12s, Pied Piper from the course and distance winner at 12s, 14-1 Bar there. You can see my two selections, Sharjah and at a massive price, Highland Charge. I'll be honest with you, gents, if Highland Charge wins, I will be doing absolute backflips. Those are the two I've gone for anyway. They are entering the course now. You will get the live audio commentary, but obviously, as someone asked before, they did say whether or not we'll. There we go. This will be showing the races live. Like I said, obviously, don't own the rights to show them. If we end up putting the race on itself, copyright strikes and so on, it'll just end up with the stream being taken down. The channel will be closed. And after doing this for 10 years, I don't particularly want to risk that. But I will give you the audio commentary, not from this voice, but from Richard Hoyles, the official commentary. Bearing in mind as well that if you are watching this stream, by the time it's streamed to me, processed, and put back out to you guys to watch, there may be a 1 or 2 minute delay compared to the off time. So if that's the case, I'd say get your bets on early. Let's have a look. James Emsley has followed me in with Sharjah as well. I can't disagree. As you can see, my two selections there on screen. And Dramatic has backed Ganapathy at 250-1. Anyway, folks, they are off and underway, and I will pass you over to Richard Hoyles.
Highland Charge, then half the row with Favour alongside Pembroke, still towards the back, Teton as they turn away in company with Sharjah, who's customary.
Commentary all right, guys?
Also towards the back is Luxural Lad. So making their journey on towards the third, they've been taken along by Prairie Dancer, who has the lead by just over a length from Highway 102 as they approach final number 3. Wonderwall and Auckland Risk just behind the leaders with Ali Adam and Anna Vanina. Rory and Fortune out a little wider. Midfield, the likes of First Street on the inside of Filey Bay, Gin Coco. Then behind these, Pinkerton towards the inner. Pembroke just making a little bit of ground amongst horses in the blue and maroon colours as they race over flight number 4, at which Filey Bay made a mistake, snatched at it and flattened the hurdle. On the inside, Ganapathy is just losing a pitch. Petit Tonneau tries to go up the inner of that horse with 4 to take. Just watching them all over that, and they're all taken that well. So out in the lead, it is still Prairie Dancer, has the advantage by just over a length from Highway 102. Third place disputed by Wonderwall on the running rails of Anna Vanina and Auckland Risk. Behind these, Bally Adams on the outer of Gin Coco with First Street, Filey Bay still there after that error with Pinkerton as they race on towards the third last. Glory and Fortune comes next just ahead of Pembroke, who continues to improve on the outside of Pied Piper. Half the road comes next with Pinkerton. Favour trying to improve. Behind these, St. Sam. Milkwood's drop towards the rear. Company as well towards the back of the pack with the likes of Petit Tonneau. Ganapathy's towards the back in company as well with Hunter's Yarn still well back, Luxural Lad, and one that's lost ground is Winter Fog. So making the turn downhill, and Highway 102 now attacks the long-time leader Prairie Dancer. They pull 3 lengths clear now from Anna Vanina, Auckland Risk and Wonderwall. Bally Adams still travels well, red, white and blue colours in company with First Street. Gin Coco is in that chasing group. Filey Bay is still right there. Pembroke towards the outer of the field in company with Favour, then Pied Piper, as they make their journey on downhill towards the second last. Highway 102 on the outside of Prairie Dancer. They remain about 2 lengths clear from Anna Bonina, who took it in third. Orcan Risk Bounty Adams travelled really strongly throughout, red, white and blue colours towards the outside under Rachel Blackmore, then Filey Bay. A Gin Coco Pied Piper working into it for Davy Russell as well. Highway 102 tries to kick on the approach towards the last. Bally Adam hunting down the leader in second place, still with 3 lengths to find. Then Anna Bonina, Filey Bay, Charger with a rush from the back, then Favour and Pied Piper. Highway 102 being pressed now on all sides. Under the near side rail is Bally Adam, Pied Piper, Filey Bay in the white cap, then Favour, and behind these is Charger, heading towards the last in the county hurdle. Favour and Pied Piper will be the first two to rise. Charger in third place with Bally Adam, and then Filey Bay. It's Favour who has a narrow lead. Pied Piper on the far side is digging in on the approach towards the line. Pied Piper far side, Favour the near side, heads up, heads down all the way to the line. Favour and Pied Piper. Favour, I think they have just won for Bridget Andrews from Pied Piper in second. That's close. Filey Bay, Charger. Highway 102 was next. Luxury Landmade went round. Behind those was Bally Adam, Petite Tonner. Anna Bonina comes next with Pinkerton first street.
5 wire wins, I think. Oh, maybe not.
Maybe ahead on the line. And it goes to the Skeltons again. Not with their first
Yeah.
stake. And a win for Bridget Andrews.
Favour, Pied Piper, Filey Bay in third, Charger in fourth, Bally Adam in fifth, Highway 11 in sixth, and I'll have to come back to you with the remainder. Obviously, the fairy tale, the giant 150 to 1 shot that I liked didn't come in, but Charger gave it a place, and I'll be happy to take that. Pembroke, I'm afraid, absolutely nowhere, my man. His stablemate, 5 War is the one that won instead. Yeah, number 23 on the card, 5 War is the winner at around, I think, 40 to 1. Second was Pied Piper. Third, let's have a look. Third, we ended up with Filey Bay. Then we ended up with, let's have a look. I'll get these in correct order. Yeah. Number 23, Falvois was the winner at around 40 to 1. Second was Pied Piper at around 12 to 1. You've got Filey Bay came in at third at 8. So you've got Charger fourth at 11 to 1. And those are your top 4. I will wait for the other ones to come through. Favourite Pembroke did absolutely nothing, I'm afraid. But yeah, that's what it was. That's how we ended up. Charger, yeah, I was happy to have backed that each way. I think, to be honest, if it was perhaps given a slightly more positive ride, it probably had too much to do, considering it had to carry top weight all that way. But yeah, look, I knew that he'd be there or thereabouts. Let's have a look there. Hats off to Coos there. Charger each way with 8 places. And Pied Piper for a top 7 finish. Well, you landed the pair of them. So absolutely fair play to you, mate. Obviously, that also means the first leg of my accumulator today. Charger for a top 7 finish at 11 to 10. Just need the other 3 to come in and we'll be absolutely laughing. So that's 1 on the board out of 4. So hopefully the other 3 land the spoils. There we go. There. That's what I've ended up doing and I gave earlier today. Now, anyone watching at the moment, would you like 4 horses from me for the all-weather tonight at big prices? Is that something you'd want? Because I've got a little lucky 15 at Wolverhampton and Newcastle. If you would like it, just pop a little comment and say, I don't know, yes please, or go on then, or whatever you want to comment. You can even slate me, it's absolutely fine. But if you do want them, I can post them on screen for you. Just small stakes, each way lucky 15 on the all-weather this evening. But I'd rather give you them sooner rather than later. Go on then, James. Seeing as though you asked so nicely. Let's have a look. What can I do you for? Here they are. So 3 at Wolverhampton, 1 at Newcastle. One today is about 40 to 1. Yeah, in terms of the running order, Favois was first, returned 33 to 1. Piper 12 to 1 second. Fire Liberty third at 6s. Sharjah was in fourth at 10 to 1. Ballyadam was in fifth at 12 to 1. Non-runners in that race were numbers 20 and 24. 24 ran. That is the 210 at the Coral Cup. Hopefully you got on Sharjah. Looking away from Cheltenham just for a split moment. I've gone for these 4 all each way selections at Wolverhampton and Newcastle. These are Star, Red Walls, Factor or Fable, and Watterdale at Newcastle. Like I said, each way, lucky 15. I've called it a Lucy 15. Good old spelling error and typo. Always good. But yeah, that's what's happening in the 210 at the Coral Cup. I am going to give you my 240 selections now. That's the Albert Bartlett. I've gone for 3-card Bragg to win. Now, I've got to be honest, 3-card Bragg is not necessarily my selection. One of the team at PFTP is banging on about this horse and basically saying that it's one of his best bets of the festival. There was nothing in this race that I was really, really, really strong about. So with that in mind, then I thought I'd pass on the message. I have actually obviously had to pick one out myself. And I think Shambally Kid could go well each way at a price. We'll bring up the card for the Albert Bartlett. Obviously, that's the 250 race. I will take about a 10-minute break, though. Got to rest this voice of mine. So, looking at the Albert Bartlett, let's have a look in odds order. Clubber's Cross at the clear 11 to 4 favourite. 3-card Bragg. A little bit of a drift down to 11 to 2. Hidden Valley Lake at 7s. Embassy Gardens at 10s. Favori de Chamdo at 10s. Seabank Bistro at 12s. Let's be clear about it at 16s. Dawn Rising, relatively well fancied at 20s. Monty Star at 20s. Stay Away Faye, 20s. And you've got 28 to 1 Bar Lies of Sando Clegane. And my selection, Shambally Kid. I've gone for Shambally Kid, basically owned by Gigginstown, trained by Willie Mullins, has his son Danny on board. Shambally Kid last victory beat Monty Star of Henry de Bromhead, who then went on to win next time out. And I think that's pretty decent form considering Monty's Star was actually relatively well fancied for this race. It's actually drifted a little bit, was around, I think, about 14 to 1 earlier today. But I thought, look, why are we not siding with the horse that's beat the horse that's more well fancied? And it probably makes more logical sense, especially considering it comes from a big yard in terms of the Willie Mullins yard. But yeah, I've gone for Shambally Kid each way, 28 to 1 at the moment, and 3-card Bragg. My bet for on the nose at 11 to 2. To be honest with you, I put win simply because it was around 9 to 2 at the time. Now that it's 11 to 2, I'm half tempted to go each way, but we shall see what happens. I'm going to take a quick break for the 250. It's the Albert Bartlett 3-mile novices handicap. Obviously, pop any comments below. And I'll be back with more coverage and more Cheltenham Festival Day 4. Hello everyone, I'm back. It's Rory Paddock, 4 picks from the paddock.co.uk. It's Turf Talk Live, and it is day 4 of the Cheltenham Festival. So, up next, we've got the 250. It's the Albert Bartlett. 24 runners, I think, are set to go to post. Meant to be 26. 2 have been withdrawn. Current favourite, we've got Corbett's Cross at 5-2, 3-card Bragg at 4-1, Hidden Valley Lake at 8, Embassy Gardens at 10s, Favori de Chamdou at 11s, Seabank Bistro at 12s, Dawn Rising at 14-1, and it's around 16-1, bar the remainder. We've got about 6-7 minutes till the off. So if you've not already, have a look at the comments and put your best bet for the next race in there. I have gone for 3-card Bragg. It's now been smashed into 4-1, second favourite. And Shanbally Kid as an each-way selection. Shanbally Kid, let's have a look. Current price of around 40-1. We can see there on screen, 40-1, number 16 on your race card. Willie Mullins trained, Danny Mullins ridden, Gigginstown owned. He's got the right connections, but does he have a chance? Well, I think 40-1 is perhaps a bit too big, if I'm being completely honest. The horse beat fellow rival Monty Star. Monty Star then went on to win after that, so the form has been franked. And yet Monty Star was around 14-1 this morning, now 20-1. So just basing it against those two, then you'd have to think potentially Shanbally Kid is a bit overpriced. Again, it's a tentative selection, Shanbally Kid, and I've also got to give credit to fellow picks from the paddock pundit, Chris Connolly. He's the one that's been screaming about 3-card Bragg as potentially his best bet of the entire festival. I'll be honest, I would be more, if you could get, like you could earlier, you could get around 5-1, 11-2. If there's a bookmaker being generous enough to give that price, I would definitely want to be backing the horse each way. The accumulator bet that I've had today, one leg has already gone, and it came in. But this is what we've got so far. I'll just get rid of that. Pressing all the wrong buttons now. Get rid of that banner there. Get rid of that comment, so you can actually see the screen. So that was my today's accumulator. I've gone for Sharjah, 3-card Bragg, Manila Indo, and the Storyteller to finish in the top 7, top 6, respectively. 11-10, 4-7, 4-5, 4-5. You know what it's like with any accumulator. The shortest price one is the one that always kicks you in the bollocks and lets you down. So this is where 3-card Bragg does absolutely nothing and stuffs it for me in leg 2. But hopefully it comes in. You'll certainly hear me if the Storyteller manages to land a top 7 finish in the 4:10. But anyway, let us know in the comments what you're backing. We've already had a comment or two. James has gone for Stay Away Faye each way. Let's have a look at that horse and its current price. Scrolling down, Paul Nicholls' own, Harry Cobden ridden, 22-1 there, number 17 on the race card. To be honest with you, with a race like this, you know, it's tough in terms of which way you're going to pick. I think potentially we've all been caught. Looks a bit overpriced at 66-1 for a horse that has obviously won here at Cheltenham before, as has Rock My Way, I think those are the only two in the field with close wins to their name. Favori de Chamdeau could have a chance. Not the biggest Jordan Gainford fan, I must admit. I think that might be me being slightly bitter after Jerry Colomb was turned over earlier in the week. But this is where we are. Corbett's Cross, who's been bought by JP McManus since winning last time, he's obviously racked up a 3-timer. 4 wins from his last 5 starts. Emmett Mullins trained, certainly deserves to be the favourite on what he's shown this season. 11-4 now. 3-card Bragg 4s, Hidden Valley Lake at 8s, Embassy Gardens at 9s. What are you backing today? Let us know in the comments. What have you taken the fancy to in the Albert Bartlett? Certainly let us know. There we go. There's the head of the market you can see on screen now. Remember, if you are watching and you are potentially going to put a bet on, or you are here for the commentary, etc., remember that the delay from me getting the stream onto my screen, me watching it and getting the commentary for you, reprocessing it, and then putting it out as a stream for you guys, maybe a minute or 2 delay in terms of you actually receiving it on your device. So if that's the case, bear in mind that you could be a minute or 2 behind from actual off time, and you want to make sure you're going to get your bets on, then do it in enough time to make sure you don't miss out. The 2 that I've gone with in this 3-card Bragg on the nose and Shambally Kid each way. I would have gone 3-card Bragg on the nose simply if the price was. It did drift out a little bit earlier this afternoon to about 5-1, 11-2. That would have been a better option for me personally. But as it stands, it's around 9-2. You can see there on the screen, Corbett's Cross, the clear 11-4 favourite. They are getting into a line. You will get the text commentary. 20 are set to go to post. I've gone for a bit of a saver on Shambally Kid to hopefully do the business. But we shall see. As soon as the starter lets them go, I will hand my headphones over to you with the commentary, and you'll be able to make sure that you don't miss a single second of the Albert Bartlett. Like I said, if you haven't done already, if you could give this stream a like, or even better, a share, that would mean an absolute lot to me. Obviously, we're doing this for free, so any support is all that we ask. They are coming into line. They're walking onto the course. I don't want to jinx it, but it looks like a half-decent start here, potentially. They're all in a line, walking in together. As soon as they're off, I'll let you know, and I will make sure you guys get the commentary. I've gone for 3-card Bragg. Hopefully do the business. Oh, Shambally Kid each way. And they are off.
Stay away, Fay and Thomas Moore with White Face amongst the first ones to show as they head towards the first 3-card Bragg is in that front wave as well. Seabank Bistro likewise, he's a little bit short of room on the approach to the first and just drifted back in the field. Back markers over include Chianti Classico, who is towards the tail in these very early strides. Also, we've all been caught towards the back. So Embassy Gardens Company with Favori de Chamdeau almost overjumped at the second. Search for Glory racing
And Affordale Furies improved.
Sorry, folks. For some reason, the stream went down, but I'm back with the commentary.
And behind those, we've all been caught as they landed over the next one. And now heading towards the top of the hill, Sander Clegane is chasing them hard. They're very well grouped together indeed in this Grade 1. Albert Bartlett, Novices Hurdle. Rock My Way on the inside. Seabank Bistro has been pulled up. Rock My Way, Thomas Moore, Stay Away Faye and Embassy Gardens, 4 in a line. Followed by 3 Card Bragg. Then Let's Be Clear About It. Corbett's Cross is just in behind them. Affordale Fury towards the inside. Many chances as they start on down the hill with 2 flights left to jump. Hidden Valley Lake is towards the outside. And then behind these Sander Clegane as well. So heading on, scattering the birds as they run down to the second last. Embassy Gardens with 3 Card Bragg. Stay Away Faye. Here comes Corbett's Cross towards the outside. Fiddle over, Stay Away Faye, possibly just the leader there, Thomas Moore. Then in behind them is Affordale Fury. Rock My Way on the inside. Let's Be Clear About It. Light blue coming through Sham Valley Kid as they straighten up for the long run to the final flight. Corbett's Cross on the left in that white cap. Let's Be Clear About It. Stay Away Faye. 3 Card Bragg. They're followed by Affordale Fury and Sandor Clegane is staying on from the back of the field. But Corbett's Cross just about coming through to challenge Stay Away Faye now. Stay Away Faye, Paul Nichols, Harry Cobden. On the near side is Corbett's Cross. Affordale Fury is just third. Then Let's Be Clear About It. Oh, and he ran out of the last. Corbett's Cross ran out.
Whoa.
To the wing of the last flight. And Stay Away Faye is left in front. Chased home by Affordale Fury and Sandor Clegane. Stay Away Faye is all out. Sandor Clegane is getting closer, but it's Stay Away Faye who wins a dramatic Albert Bartlett. Affordale Fury and Sandor Clegane fighting it out for second. Then 3 Card Bragg in fourth. Let's Be Clear About It and Thomas Moore. Nichols is back at the festival.
Wow, that's off to you, James Emsley. Stay Away Faye wins the Albert Bartlett. But if you were a favourite backer and you backed Corbett's Cross, you have to be absolutely cursing your luck with that one. Ran out at the final fence, decided not to jump it, went round the barrier instead. Thankfully, everyone seems to be okay. Hopefully, the jockey's up and sound as well. But oh my God, I hate to say ifs and buts and maybes. But you'd have to think that Corbett's Cross probably would have won that if the horse had decided to jump the last. Absolute drama and scenes there. But fair play to James Emsley. Stay Away Faye wins at what I think is around double figure odds at least. I'm just glad 3 Card Bragg finished in the top 6 or 7. So my accumulator bet is still on. But geez Louise, if you've backed Corbett's Cross, then I hope you don't have a cat because it'll be swiftly kicked, punched and thrown out of a window. Holy smokes. I absolutely feel for you. I mean, I've got to say, James, you're probably a lucky man having backed Stay Away Faye there. But goodness, like I say, if you're a punter and you've backed Corbett's Cross, you will be absolutely cursing yourself. And your luck was absolutely shocking there. Like I said, my heart goes out to you. That's just cruel, if you know, to say the least. Horrible luck there. But like I said, if you back Stay Away Faye, you've got the winner of the Albert Bartlett. Close second was Sandor Clegane, and I'll have to wait for the minor money to let you know what's what and who's come where. But anyway, I'll be back shortly. I want to take a quick 5-minute break so I can calm down from that drama and we can return with the Cheltenham Gold Cup. Who are you backing in the big one? Let us know in the comments and I'll be back very soon. Bear me one moment, folks. A few technical issues, but I will be back very, very shortly. So don't go away, because remember, we've got the Cheltenham Gold Cup. Hello everyone, it's me, Rory Panic, and I am back in time for the Gold Cup. Apologies about that, halfway through the last race. The internet here decided to just completely crash, which is always perfect when you're halfway through a race. But as long as it doesn't touch wood, as long as it doesn't do the same for the big one later, which is coming up in 20 minutes time, less than 20 minutes time now. The Boodles Cheltenham Gold Cup. Grade 1, raced over 3 miles, 2.5 furlongs. Obviously won last year by A Plus Tard, who aims to make it back-to-back victories in the big race. Now, one bit of information I do need to let you know is after Corbett crosses fall, sort of running out, shall I say, jockey Mark Walsh, who was meant to ride Manila Indo, is now out for the rest of the day. And instead, Nico de Boinville is going to be riding Manila Indo. Manila Indo, obviously, previous race winner, finished second in the race last year. Way too big a price, but the clear short price favourite, 6-4, Galloping de Champ, aims to take success. Hewick, I think, would certainly kick off a party if that was to win at 33s. Manila Indo now 16-1. Like I say, Henry de Bromhead now being ridden by Nico de Boinville. Sean Bowen is going to ride the Emmett Mullins train, Noble Yates, former Grand National winner there. Protector Ratty was third in the race last year for the Skelton team, now at 25-1. Who is winning the Cheltenham Gold Cup? That's what I want to know. We've got a few in. We've got a Hoy Senor from Coos. He's gone for the number 1 on the race card. Big outsider, Sounds Russian at 40s. Deadly, I will be giving you the audio commentary. It's a bit like a watch along, but like I've been saying to people, if they want to watch the race, you've got to find ITV. Because if I do, then they will shut the stream down and close off the channel entirely. And I don't really want that to happen. But you will get text commentary. Sorry, you will get audio commentary. So if you're watching, you'll be able to hear who goes well. The runners and the riders. Galloping de Champ Current and now 11-8 favourite. A Plus Tard at 4s. Brave Man's Game 5-1. The King George winner. Ahoy Senor 12-1. Noble Yates at 12s. Conflated at 16s. Manila Indo at 16s. Statler at 16s. And Protector 20-1. 25-1 bar. Who are you backing in the Cheltenham Gold Cup? That's what I want to know. Who are you backing in the big one? There we go. Just making sure everything's good to go. We've got a Hoy Senor there from Coos. I have gone for A Plus Tard win. I'll be honest with you. I've backed the horse each way when he was around 8-1 earlier in the week. At the end of last week, really, actually. We've also got Manila Indo. I think is way too big a price about a horse who always runs a decent race in the Cheltenham Gold Cup. What are you backing? Let us know in the comments. I'll be bringing you the big race. Do not fret and do not worry. Hopefully, this bet that I posted earlier comes in. The County Hurdle Sharjah finished third. 3-card brag, got a top 6 finish. And whether or not Manila Indo can do the same to keep the dream alive, or at least I'm hoping 3-card brag did. It was either 6th or 7th. This is where I just checked my phone. I'm about to cry in regard to the result here. Stay Away Faye obviously won the race. Alfredel Fury was second. Yeah, 3-card brag was 5th. Clearly, I picked the wrong Noel Mead horse earlier. Bear with me, folks. Willie Mullins just sending a text through saying Galopin Des Champs won't win. Anyway, I will be showing the audio commentary of the Gold Cup, so you will not miss a single thing. You'll know exactly what's going on. I've gone for A Plus Tard to win, and I've also gone for Minella Indo each way. Those are my bets for the Gold Cup. What are your bets? What are your selections? Tell us in the comments below. Let us know so I can give you the props you deserve if you end up with the winner of the big one. Anyone who's just tuning in, I need to let you know that jockey Mark Walsh, due to a fall in the last race, is no longer going to be riding for the rest of the day. That means he doesn't ride Minella Indo, and instead Nico de Boinville is booked for the ride. So if you are having a bet, then you need to double check that. So who are you backing in the big race? Okay, a little bit of an update. Conflated runs later as well. It's now going to be ridden by Sam Ewing. Let's have a look at the race car for the Gold Cup then. 10 minutes to go. Got Ahoy Senor for 14 to 1. A Plus Tard now 9 to 2. Braveman's Game backed into 11 to 2. Conflated at 20s. Eldorado Ellen at big price at 150 to 1. The favourite Galopin Des Champs 6 to 4. I don't like this 3 to 2 nonsense. Hewick at 40s. Minella Indo at 18s. The Grand National winner Noble Yates at 14. Protector at 28s. Royal Beguile at 66. Sounds Russian at 66s. And Statler at 20 to 1. Those are the runners and riders for the 2023 Cheltenham Gold Cup. Stay tuned. Stay with me. I'll be back in about 4 minutes with everything you'll need, including the commentary for the Cheltenham Gold Cup. We are back and ready to rock for the Gold Cup, ladies and gentlemen. They are down at the start, just slowly jig-jogging around. You will get the full audio commentary from Richard Hoyles, so do not fret. I've gone for Aplutard and Manila Indo. You can see a few of your selections, what you've gone for there. Empike has gone for Hewick. Hewick around 33 to 1, I think. You do realise, Empike, that if I show it, the stream goes down because of copyright. And also, the race isn't off yet. So hold your horses, pardon the phrase, and chill the fuck out. You're good. You're sound. If you want to watch it, go on to ITV. Would you believe this one guy that streams it doesn't have the copyright or the money to buy the rights to show nationally televised horse racing, internationally televised horse racing? Jesus. Anyway, like I said, you will get the audio commentary, but this is a watch along. Go and switch to ITV. You can watch it there. But anyway, they are down at the start. They are moving in. They could be setting them off. They're all jig-jogging. The starter's trying to slow them the fuck down, but no. It's not doing. Quick look at the race. Here we go. Quick run through the odds. Galloping to Champ 6 to 4. Favourite Aplutar now 4 to 1. Brayman's Game at 6s. Ahoy Signors 14s. Noble Yates the same. Manila Indo now 20 to 1. And they are off in the 2023 Cheltenham Gold Cup. I will hand you over to Richard Hoyles.
The position is Noble Yates, drifting back, orange sleeves. Passed by Sounds Russian.
Not any better.
Eldorado and then Statler is still just finding this happening a little bit quick on the outside of Aplutar. Gallopant de Champ right at the back with Royal for Guy. As Ahoy Senor leads Hewick and Protectorat towards the next. Brayman's Game took it in fourth. Gallopant de Champ rather skied that. Statler really is struggling to go the pace at the moment and has dropped right to the rear of the field here. They make their way on towards the next fence. Ahoy Senor has the lead. Senor over. Again, they are all over. Again, Statler ridden away from that fence, 4 or 5 lengths detached. So Ahoy Senor it is who leads on the turn downhill. First time, Hewick racing in second. Protectorat settles in third. Brave Man's Game, white colours with the purple sleeves as Ahoy Senor just jumps slightly out to the right, then conflated. Conflated on the inside of Sounds Rush, on the outside of Noble Yates. Eldorado.
Unfortunately, if you've backed either Statler or Manila Indo, they're not travelling well at all.
Pace has been relatively swift. The Gallopant de Champ, given some time, amongst horses at the back with Royal for Guy. So Ahoy Senor leads them down the hill. So Ahoy Senor takes it in the lead. I'm in second place, Hewick, and Protectorat in third. Fourth place for Brave Man's Game. Reminders now for Manila Indo, and Statler hasn't been able to reduce the margin between himself. And I think Statler may well be pulling up, in fact. His jockey just set up there, and Statler is being pulled up, hasn't even made it through the first circuit. So Ahoy Senor leads Hewick and Protectorat with Brave Man's Game in fourth. Conflated races in fifth with Sounds Russian, Noble Yates, the Grey Eldorado Allen, Aplutar and Gallopant de Champ just moving amongst horses there. A great deal of room, but takes that fence just ahead of Royal for Guy and Manila Indo, who is still the one that's very much struggling as they make their journey up towards the next fence. We're at the halfway stage in the Boodles Gold Cup. Ahoy Senor's found a nice rhythm out in front as the lead from Protectorat and Hewick with Brave Man's Game in fourth. Conflated to select the way in fifth with Sounds Russian, Noble Yates. Then behind these Royal for Guy, Eldorado Allen, Aplutar and Gallopant de Champ and Manila Indo are the back three. Manila Indo really is toiling now, and Manila Indo may well about to be pulled up right at the back of the pack. Manila Indo, I think, is about to exit the scene. So here's good festival.
There goes my place accumulator.
With Statler. So it's Ahoy Senor that leads them towards the next plain fence. From in second, Hewick, Protectorat is third.
This is what I had earlier. Manila Indo just costs me. Never mind.
On the outside, Noble Yates ridden along, Eldorado Allen, and still the back pair, Gallopant de Champ and Aplutar. So this is the water jump, and it's 9 from the finish. Ahoy Senor still out in front, still just tending to shift to the right. Aplutar at the back is in danger of losing touch slightly, 3 lengths off the back end as they make their progress on towards another open ditch. Ahoy Senor over, Protectorat jumps up well. then Hewitt, Brave Man's Game, bit of a conflated, then Sounds Rushing. Galopin de Champ is improving through the field on the inside of Royal Pagaille. Aplutar still just sitting and slightly suffering, but has got past Noble Yates and is now just beginning to pick off a few of the stragglers. So making the turn up towards the final ditch, which is 6 from the finish in the Gold Cup. Ahoy Senor out in front for Scotland.
Galopin de Champs and Brave Man's Game look to be travelling beautifully. Oh, Ahoy Senor's down.
He jumped so well to that point. And
Brings down Sounds Russian.
as well and drops right to the back. Ahoy Senor, his jumping had been so accurate. One mistake and he exits the scene. So Protectorate and Hewitt are left in front in the Gold Cup. In third place, Brave Man's Game. Fourth place, Conflated.
Unfortunately for me, Aplutar was hampered badly then.
Eldorado Allen. Then behind these is Royal Pagaille, a gap to Aplutar and Noble Yates. 5 of them with 4 fences to take bunch up as Brave Man's Game and Protectorate move on to the quarters of Hewitt. Conflated in fourth, Galopin de Champ. Then a gap to Royal Pagaille and Eldorado Allen as they run downhill. Aplutar, having been hampered, is now well behind, and Aplutar is being pulled up and has exited the scene. So racing down towards the third last in the Gold Cup. Protectorate and Hewitt with Brave Man's Game Conflated.
Brave Man's Game travelling like a dream.
From Royal Pagaille and Eldorado Allen as they now make the turn towards the final 2 fences. Hewitt out in front for Jordan Gainford. Protectorate in second, Conflated. The chance right for Sam Ewing, looking for a gap between.
Oh, Galopin de Champs on the snaff here. 2 to jump.
Sitting quietly, now beginning to improve on the outside. They're all rowing away, but Galopin de Champ and Brave Man's Game on the outside. And the first 2 towards the last.
Oh, Hewitt's gone.
And the second last fence, Galopin de Champ on the outside of Brave Man's Game. Head towards the last in the Gold Cup. Galopin de Champ this year is over safely and have taken the advantage from Brave Man's Game.
Oh.
2 of them sit up on the Cheltenham Hill with a Gold Cup.
There's the favourite.
In third, but it's Galopin de Champ who's galloping his way to Gold Cup glory. Paul Townend and Willie Mullins land the Gold Cup by 5 lengths.
Galopin de Champs wins it.
Completed third, Noble Yates ran on stoutly as snatch fourth. Protectorate, Royal Pagaille and Eldorado Allen. Hewitt is on his feet okay. He does look shaken. It was a very, very hefty fall, but the horse is up, just being held. And I can see the rider, Jordan Gainford, is up as well. Galopin de Champ, 12 months on from coming down to the last. He made steady progress and going towards the second last. It became apparent that he still had plenty left. He got over the last. He raced away up the Cheltenham Hill to see off the gallant, the brave Man's Game. Back in third place was Conflated. Noble Yates stayed on really well from the second last, but the staying horses just couldn't go that gallop. Statler out before a circuit. Manella Indo after a circuit. And Aplutar with the ball of Ahoy Senor. His chance had gone. Galopin de Champ avoided the trouble. And 12 months on from capsizing at the last, had won the Gold Cup.
A brilliant performance from the favourite. And what about the ride, AP?
As brilliant a ride as I've ever seen in any horse race. Talk about riding a horse with bottle. Oh my God. Talk about the pressure, the privilege of pressure. Oh my God, he coped with it better than anyone I've ever seen.
Really?
I'm delighted for him. I echo AP's words completely. Look, you come into Cheltenham with all the pressure to drop him right in and ride him the way he rode him. He's probably listening to people like me giving out all week when he does something wrong, and then to put it all away and then go and do what he did there. Delighted for him. I mean, he's champion jockey in Ireland, I don't know how many times now, and he deserves every plaudit he gets. And there was brilliant race right in it. Harry Cobden, to be fair to him, off the home turn, kept it all tight. It was a compelling race to watch. You wanted Brave Man's Game, Galopin de Champ, going at it to the last. That's what horse racing is about. I thought it was magic.
Well, I'm standing with Paul Town.
The 7-5 favourite absolutely smashed off the boards late on. 7-5 favourite, Galopin de Champ wins ahead of Brave Man's Game, and Conflated finishes in third. Did you have the winner? That's what I want to know. Did you back the favourite? I'll be honest, I thought it had a great chance, but at the prices wasn't worth backing. Noble Yates finished in fourth, I think, James. Galopin de Champs won, Avishek. Galopin de Champs beats Brave Man's Game. And then back in third, we had Conflated. I think Noble Yates got up for 4th. I think. Bear with me. I will double check as soon as the race comes in. Let's have a look. I will double check now for you, James. See if Noble Yates finished 4th. Glad to see that Hewitt's back up on his feet. It was a horrible fall. Folded like a piece of A4. It was absolutely atrocious to see. So really hope he's okay back on his feet. Noble Yates in 4th, Protectorat in 5th, Royal Pegile in 6th, and Eldorado Allen back in 7th. That was the first 7 across the line for the 2023 Cheltenham Gold Cup. Galloping de Champs, your winner for Paul Townend and Willie Mullins. The clear 7-5 favourite went off. Did you back it? Were you on board? Did the favourite end up with a bit of your money? Let us know in the comments. No problem at all, James. I take it you back to the horse and they were offering 4 places. But yeah, that's it. Galloping de Champs, the favourite, absolutely under a beautiful ride by Paul Townend. Beat the King George winner, Brave Man's Game, into 2nd. Conflated in 3rd. Noble Yates in 4th. I am going to take a quick break after that excitement, and I want your selections for the 410 whilst I'm away. I'll be back shortly with all the rest of the action, the final 3 races of the 2023 Cheltenham Festival, Day 4, Gold Cup Day, today on Friday. Welcome back. It's me, Rory Paddock, for picksfromthepaddock.co.uk. It's Turf Talk Live, and we've got 3 races left of the Cheltenham Festival 2023. We've just seen Galopin de Champs absolutely trounce the field in the Gold Cup, beating King George winner Braveman's Game and Conflated back in third. Did you have the winner? If you did, then hats off to you. But we're going to forget that, and we're going to move on to the next race on the card, which is built as the Amateur Gold Cup. It's over the same course and distance as the big race we've just had. Right now, ignore the graphic that's on screen that says 420. It's actually the 410. It's the race there. The 410, not the 420. Sorry, I'm just listening to the jockeys' feedback. Yeah, lovely to hear that Applitard will be absolutely fine and sound for another day. Even more important that Hewick will be. Horse had an absolutely atrocious fall near the end, folded like a piece of A4. It wasn't the nicest to look. Ryan Gledo galloping, well, despite the spelling, but yeah, we'll let you off, Ryan. Absolutely destroyed them. He did. He was so impressive. I mean, ended up a 7-5 favourite, but look, I'll be honest, it was a class horse, one of the classiest horses in the race going into it, but from a betting perspective, wasn't for me. But again, you can't really argue with that. So you've got multis, trebles, and fourfolds on the go. Well, I hope they come in for you, Ryan. I'll be honest with you though. Lots of people had Mighty Potter and Jerry Colon with Gallopin, so they'd probably be kicking themselves seeing Gallopin win like that after the 2 and the way they ran earlier in the week. Ryan has gone for Vorslet in the next. Remember now, ignore the graphic. It's not 420, it's the 410. I've gone for the Storyteller and it's on the line. We'll have a little look shortly in terms of the current odds. Obviously, last year's winner, Billoway, is returning to win the race again. I have to admit that, well, look, I'm certainly an armchair jockey, 6'1" and about 13, nearly 14 stone. Can't claim to know anything like a jockey would, but I have to admit, a lot of people who were saying how amazing the ride on Billoway was last year, God, it was cracked with that whip to high heaven. I know I'm not one for taking the whip off of jockeys, and I'm certainly not in any sort of anti-brigade by any stretch, but Billoway was cracked probably too much, and yet he's heralded as giving it a decent ride. You could probably argue that other horses, if they were given as harder race in terms of the whip and being shoved as much, possibly wouldn't have lost a Billoway. But anyway, we will see whether or not that horse can won the race again. We will see. What are you backing in the Challenge Cup? The 410 coming up in just under 10 minutes. Let us know in the comments below. And there we go. I've changed it to the 410. So looking at the 410, it is the St. James's Place Festival Challenge Cup. Obviously, it's for National Hunt. It's for Open Hunters Chase. We've got Billoway there, number 1 on the list. That currently now has been backed into 5-1. It was around 8-1, 9-1 this morning. Black Op there, 150-1, big outsider. Bob and Co for Harry Derham. Brain Power, former course winner. Cat Tiger for Paul Nichols. Charlie Sprake, a decent young jockey. Chris's Dream on ratings would absolutely destroy most of these. Dandy Dan, I think, could have a decent chance. I like the jockey James King on board at 33s. Dorking Cock, not a name I necessarily would have picked from a horse, but here we are for the Crawford team. Famous Claremont has a chance at 7-1. Go Geronimo. IK Brunel, it's on the line. One of my selections there for Emmett Mullins. Derek O'Connor's booked for the ride. Lemelin, 50s, big outsiders, 200, 300, and 250 to 1. A Mighty Stowaway, Moratorium, and Mythbuster. Premier Magic, Rocky's Howyer is well fancied there at 11 to 1. Secret Investor, another Paul Nichols runner at 20s. Shantou Flyer, 80 to 1. The Storyteller has been backed in. Was double figures around 11 to 1, now 17 to 2. What's his name at 500 to 1? But the short price 5 to 2 favourites with Barry O'Neill, top amateur Irish jockey in the saddle. Vorslet looks the one to be on. Who are you backing in the next? Let me know. Let's have a look. A few comments are coming through. James has gone for Rox Howie in the 410 and Jeremy Flame in the 450. Good luck from James, who's driving home now. Alex Jackson has gone, let's go Famous Claremont. Cat Tiger for Tremetric. Lots of stumbles in that race. There was indeed, Chill. I think a Hoist in Your fell, hampered a few, brought down one, and then hampered a Plutard. We go. So the Storyteller, and it's on the line of the 2 for me each way in this one. Storyteller's been backed around 11 to 1, now into around 8.5, which is 17 to 2. Billaway has been smashed from around 8 to 1 into 5s. But Vorslet is the clear 5 to 2 favourite there. We will have the commentary of the race, so don't go anywhere. Another 4 minutes to go until the off. I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break. Means I can get myself a little drink. I might even treat myself to something a bit alcoholic. What do you reckon, boys? Shall I do it? Yeah, go on then. It's gone 4 o'clock now. I'll be back in a handful of minutes for the Hunters Challenge Cup. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time for the 10 past 4 race. Vorsley is your 9 to 4 favourite. Billaway now 9 to 2. Famous Claremont 13 to 2. They are coming into line. You will get the audio commentary. My two selections here. The storyteller and it's on the line, and they are off. Here we go.
One of the first to show as they head on towards the first. Rocky's Howyer is also racing handily, so is Billaway as they head down towards the first. It's on the line towards the inside, Dandy down towards the outer with Chris's Dream as they take the first of the fences, and we lost one there amongst horses as they took the first fence. Billaway's towards the inside with Rocky's Howyer as they've all taken the second with Dandy Dan as they make their journey up the hill. One that is exiting the scene was Secret Investor, who went to the first. So Secret Investor was the faller at fence number 1. Horse gallops away okay, and the rider Natalie Parker is up okay as well. So heading away from the stands and out in the lead, Rocky's Howyer disputes the early running with Go Geronimo. The pace is steady markedly. Billaway racing on the inside of Mythbuster in the tight.
Hi, Michelle. Sorry, we don't. Obviously, due to bear me a moment. Obviously, due to copyright infringement and obviously the rights to broadcast the race, as soon as it was shown on any sort of social media platform from our platforms, the stream would just be taken down straight away, and we'd be banned from broadcasting ever again in terms of our channel. So it's just not worth the risk. This race is on ITV, however, it's only the last 2 races from Cheltenham that won't be. Apologies, Michelle, but I do have the commentary for you.
Chris's Dream and Beausoleil pop over the next. Company of Billaway has just drifted back to midfield, racing on the outside of Dorking Cock, who races in the pale blue colours. Then the check colours of Chantou Flyer as they pop over the next fence. Towards the back is Moratorium. At this stage, Bob & Co. is quite well back in the field. He's the horse in the noseband with the brown sleeves. Similar jacket for Cat Tiger, who's a little better placed as they make the turn towards the next fence. Go Geronimo led them over it. Once again, just watching them over it. The storyteller is towards the back. Moratorium, Bob & Co. towards the back. Black Off is also in that rear division with the very pale colours of Brain Power, who's making a little bit of progress, even though with a long way to go as they approach the next. Rocky's Howyer, Go Geronimo. They've all stepped over the next fence with what's his name, the one that's detached by 5 or 6. So they're now running downhill for the first time. Rocky's Howyer has this lead from Go Geronimo, Mythbuster in third. Behind these, Chantou Flyer with Billaway moving back on the inside. Beausoleil will take it in 6 from Chris's Dream as they all pop over that safely, followed by the loose horse at the back of the pack. So they run down the hill, continue their progress on towards the third last on this circuit. Rocky's Howyer, the inside of Go Geronimo with Mythbuster and Beausoleil well placed in the striped sleeves just behind the leaders. Dorking Cock's got a handy position as well, with Billaway makes a bad mistake, blunders and gone. Billaway, a regular in this race, has gone. IK Brunel on the outside has gone independently as well, and what's his name was badly hampered.
Billaway is out of the race.
Who finally got his success in this race 12 months ago, is not going to get the chance this time around. A big gun exits the scene there. IK Brunel was the other one that came down on the outside. Both horses galloping away okay. IK Brunel is in danger actually of crossing in front of the field. As Rocky's Howyer leads Go Geronimo, Chantou Flyer, Beausoleil, there's the loose horse just interfering with Mythbuster. Then behind these is Premier Magic on the outside of Chris's Dream. Famous Claremont popping away in midfield with Cat Tiger. Dandy down towards the outside. Le Malin comes next just ahead of Mighty Stowaway, who's lost a little bit of ground and is being ridden. Mistake there by Cat Tiger. Bob & Co. still towards the back. Moratorium is towards the rear and in company with what's his name are the last 2 to set out on the final circuit. So Rocky's Howyer has the lead from Go Geronimo. In third place under Olive Nichols is Chantou Flyer in the check colours. And then behind those is Beausoleil on the outer of Dorking Cock, Mythbuster and Premier Magic, the next group. Chris's Dream from famous Claremont, travelling okay in midfield with Dandy Dan. Then it's on the line, who's to the inside of the Malat Cat Tiger. Brain Power's out wide on the racecourse. And then behind these, Bob & Co. as they take the first, at which Beausoleil made a mistake, the first going away from the stands. The storyteller is still right towards the back. Mighty Stowaway's lost a lot of ground, as what's his name has just picked up a couple of places. So racing on towards the water jump. And Rocky's Howyer didn't see a great stride there. Shanty Flyer in second place, then Go Geronimo, the loose horse right in amongst it, with Beau Soleil, then Mythbuster and Premier Magic, Famous Claremore, and Chris's Dream are the next two as we reach an open ditch. Then behind these, a little bit of progress from Le Malin. Cat Tiger comes next, Bob and Co and Brain Power.
The favourite Beau Soleil is travelling beautifully at the moment.
Taking the seventh class, Rocky's Howyer over in the lead. From in second, Shanty Flyer. Then in third place is Premier Magic. Beau Soleil comes next in fourth. Go Geronimo is now being ridden along. Mythbuster comes next with Famous Claremont. Chris's Dream, it's on the line, comes next with Le Malin. Cat Tiger is now quite well back. Dorking Cock has lost the position. Then Brain Power. Bob and Co still with work to do. So it's Rocky's Howyer who led them over the final ditch, which is sixth from the finish. Has the lead from Shanty Flyer, Beau Soleil and Premier Magic. Chris's Dream, Famous Claremont, it's on the line. Then Le Malin into about ninth place. Go Geronimo is on the retreat. Then Cat Tiger. Brain Power made a mistake. And then Bob and Co. So the leading group are heading down towards the fourth last. Out in the lead, Rocky's Howyer. For Chris O'Donovan's had a great ride out in front. The loose horse is still right in amongst them, with Shanty Flyer in second. Then Beau Soleil. A Premier Magic, Famous Claremont travelling up strongly now into fifth place as the rider casts the lance over his shoulder on the leader.
Yeah, number 8. If you've got number 18, then I'd be pretty chuffed at the moment.
This is 3 out in the Hunter's Chase. Rocky's Howyer with the loose horses on the outside. Shanty Flyer, Premier Magic had a bump with one of those horses. Beau Soleil being ridden amongst horses. Famous Claremont in the blue sleeves is making good ground. And then Chris's Dream. They're making the turn back towards home. Rocky's Howyer with Premier Magic towards the outside. Famous Claremont moves into third. Beau Soleil is under pressure. Then behind these we have Shanty Flyer, Chris's Dream, and it's on the line, racing towards the second last. Rocky's Howyer, Premier Magic towards the inside is Famous Claremont. 2 out. Premier Magic on the outside of Rocky's Howyer. Famous Claremont towards the inner is in third as they race towards the final fence. It is Premier Magic from Bradley Gibbs who has the lead from Rocky's Howyer.
Famous Claremont's coming up.
These three remain ahead of the rest. It is Premier Magic who's over the last in the lead from Famous Claremont in second place, and then back in third, Rocky's Howyer. It's on the line, stays on in fourth.
Come on, it's on the line.
Premier Magic with a loose horse, but she's stopping in front of the field.
Come on, it's on the line.
It's on the line, Shanty.
Go on, it's on the line. No, it's going to be too late. Ah, second.
Famous Claremont is when she stopped to
66 to 1. Premier Magic is the winner of the 410. My selection is on the line. Finishes in second. Was flying at the end. There was an absolute ton of loose horses that impeded plenty. I'll try my best to give you all of them as they go past. It's on the line. So 18 beats number 12, beats number 21, beats number 19, beats number 6. There we go. So let's have a look. What's come first, second, third, fourth. So Premier Magic beats number 12. It's on the line in front of Rocky's Howyer and Shanty Flyer. Big prices there. 66 to 1. The winner there for Mr. Bradley Gibbs, who both, I think, rides and trains the horse at a massive 66 to 1. If you had the winner, then fair play, hats off to you. I'm afraid of being, it's nowhere for Le Malin. But yes, number 18 is the winner. Number 18, Premier Magic, wins at 66 to 1. And unfortunately, my selection is on the line, could only get up for second. I'd probably say if it was another 100 yards, probably would have been looking at a big prize winner. But hopefully you followed. It's on the line. Did really well. And fair play to Connections there. But yes, do not fret. I will be back in another 10 minutes or so with the final two races from the 2023 Cheltenham Festival, Day 4. Next up is the Mares Novices Chase. So why don't you tell us in the comments below who's going to win the 450? And hopefully between us, we can end up with the winner. Well, the ITV cameras might have just shut off, but we're still here. We've got 2 more races left. So why on earth would you want to disappear? We've obviously got the 450 and the final race, the 530. Coming up next, the 450 is the Mares Novices race. Oh, no, sorry. It's not a novice race. The Mares Chase. Who were you backing? Last year's winner, Ellie May, is in there. Pink Legend, who finished the race in second, is also in there. Both are massive, massive odds. Let's bring up the race card. Let's see what's going down for the 450. 2 mile, 4.5 furlongs. The Mrs. Party Power Mares Chase, formerly the Libertine Mares Chase. It's a grade 2. 9 are set to go to post. They're going to be tackling 17 fences. Allegory Devassi is the clear 13-8 favourite. Would you believe it? Ridden by Paul Townend and trained by Willie Mullins. Surprise, surprise. Ellie May, last year's winners, 25-1, which looks a massive price. Impervious won its last 3 races. She is 15-8. Those two, that and Allegory Devassi, are the 2 vying for favouritism. Riviere de Tel for Gordon Elliott, 14-1. Dulcita is Danny Mullins' ride at 40s. Jeremy's Flame is 8-1 for Gavin Cromwell. Magic Days, Rachel Blackmore, and the Red Hot Henry de Bromhead at 10s. Pink Legend at 40s, and Zambella also at 40-1. Who were you back in? Tell us in the comments below. We will have the commentary for the 450, so do not go anywhere. Let's have a look what I'm going to go with. Big drum roll, big setup for that. For me, it's a no-bet race. I'm going to be totally honest with you. But if I had to give something for the sake of it, I think the, it's not going to be a genius selection, is it? But the Willie Mullins trained Allegory Devassi is probably the one to be on, with a little each-way play on either Ellie May or Pink Legend would be my way to go, with 9 runners there set to go to post. Let's have a look at the market. I'm going to bring up my chosen bookmaker of choice to see what the crack is there for the 450. Yeah, I think I might have to go the old forecast route, Allegory Devassi, to beat either Ellie May or to beat, if I can find it, Pink Legend. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to go for there, guys and girls. Allegory Devassi probably is the one to beat. It was won her last 4 races. And I'm going to go possibly Ellie May to finish in second, or Pink Legend to do the same and finish as runner-up, just as it did last year. Stick those bets on for me now. Bear me a moment. And you know what? I might even go a little bit cheeky and go for the reverse tricast. Combination tricast, sorry. Why not? We'll do that. We'll do that. Okay, so that's what I'm going to go with. I know I've put no bet race, but I think the favourite is probably the one to beat. What are you backing in the 450? I've put no bet race simply because I just think it's a bit of a difficult race to call. But if push comes to shove, I want to go Allegory Devassi to win, with either Ellie May or Pink Jazz to pick up the place. What are you backing? Tell us in the comments below for this Mares Chase. There we go. Don't worry, the ITV cameras have gone, but I will bring you the full commentary of both the 450 and the 530. But I need you guys to like and share this stream. If you can do, that would mean an absolute lot to me. get that message out there that there is at least someone still covering the racing when ITV decide to disappear. There we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what are you going to be back in here in the Mayor's Chase? I have gone for Allegory Devassi to win with either Ellie May or Pink Legend to pick up a place. But it's not about my selection, it's about yours. So I need to know what you're backing so I can give you the props you deserve when it absolutely storms in. Just missed out on a win in the last race, ended up with second. It's on the line. Absolutely stormed home up that hill, but unfortunately it was given too much to do by the jockey. And I don't think the loose horses helped in any way, shape or form either. But nevertheless, if you did have the winner of the last race, Premier Magic at 66 to 1. I mean, to be honest with you, if you had the TriCast, we'd all be laughing and booking a trip to Barbados. Premier Magic at 66 beat It's on the Line at 28, who then beat Shantou Flyer at 50 to 1. Which let's see for a laugh. What did that TriCast pay? What are we saying? How many thousand to 1? Let's have a look. What is it paying? What's it paying? Let's see. Oh, I tell you what, if you had the TriCast, we'd be sat on a nice little £59,185 and 51 pence to 1. So if you've had it, let me know. I'll take 10%. Christ. You'd be happy with that, wouldn't you? 59,185 to 1. God. Yeah, it's to be honest with you, the Mayor's Chase, it's one of those that they've shoved this race in, and I don't think it was needed, to be honest. I think what would probably go down better than the Mayor's race would be something like a veterans race, where you see horses aged, say, 10 and upwards. Maybe even it has to be something like former Cheltenham Festival winners, or like a unique race. Do you know what I mean? Something like that. We don't need a Mayor's Chase. We really don't. Like, it's just a bit of a poor showing. Rory Rowan has gone for Zambella. Zambella is a horse who actually did quite well last year. Is it Zambella that ran in the race last year and finished 4th? Let me just double check. Should know I was there. It was. Yeah, I remember Zambella cost me quite a sizable bet last year. I had Ellie May. I had Pink Legend and Zambella in combination forecasts and TriCast. Ellie May won, which was great. Pink Legend finished 2nd, which I was absolutely chuffed about, so I got a forecast up. But then Zambella decided that she wasn't going to take 3rd, she would take 4th instead. So I was cursing that horse this time last year when I was in the baking sunshine, absolutely sweating my tits off. But no, good luck there for Rory Rowan, who's with Zambella. What are you guys backing today? Let us know your selections in the 450. We've only got 2 races left of the Cheltenham Festival. Any questions you want to fire at me? I've also got a couple of selections later. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do now, before I let you all go, is I'm going to quickly show you this, because we've got a couple of minutes before the first race is off here. Bear with me 1 second. Here we go. 4 horses in a lucky 15 tonight. It says Lucy 15. We've missed that 4:35, which is an absolute kick in the teeth if that's coming. Let's have a look. 4:35. No, we're safe. It was a different 14 to 1 shot instead. So we're going to go for the other 3. Also a nice little typo. Lucy 15 instead of Lucky 15. Shows just how professional we are. But look, Red Walls, Factor Fable, and Waterdale could have a little squeak later on. But it's still Cheltenham, so we've got to focus on that. Obviously, we've seen what Rory Rowan has gone. Zambella currently priced at around 40 to 1. So if you like Zambella, 40 to 1, I mean, to be fair, has done very little wrong. Finished second 2 starts and won the other 2 starts this season. Form figures of 2-1-1-2. You know, I am going to go Allegory Devassi to win, but little saver on either Ellie May or Pink Legend to pick up a place at 20 to 1 and 33 to 1 respectively. Hopefully I can land the forecast or tricast this time around, unlike going so close last year. We shall see. Also, whilst we're waiting, why don't you tell us what you like in the 5:30 as well? Got to get those selections in sooner rather than later. We've got about 7-8 minutes to go until the next race. So I'm going to take a quick 3-minute break and I'll be back with the live commentary of the Mayor's Chase from the final day, the penultimate race at the Cheltenham Festival. welcome back. It is time for the 450. They are currently at the post, milling around, walking out onto the course. On the graphic, you'll see it says no bet race, but I've got to be honest, I have backed Allegory Devassi, the current 13-8 favourite, and I think both Pink Legend and Ellie May have each way chances. They are walking out. They are at the start line. I'm going to hand you over now to the commentary. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the Mare's Chase, the 450 from Cheltenham.
Is 40 with just 20 seconds to post time for this penultimate race of the Cheltenham Festival 2023. A final word, Jane Mangan, go on.
Go on. Ireland won't make it to 20. We're on 17. It's been a fantastic week and it's not over yet. This is a very good renewal of this race, the strongest probably to date. And I hope everybody gets a fair race.
Flags up. Here's Mark.
Here we go, ladies and gents. We're off.
They're walking in. Coming in quite quickly. You can't let them go. And it was Magic Days who's going to pull away through the starting point. Tape's been released for safety, but it is going to be a recall here. Magic Days was a little awkward just coming around that dogleg turn onto the starting chute. And she's the one who's gone just the furthest. Riviere Detel, the other one who went the furthest of the group of
false start, everyone, false start.
Turn once again to go behind the tape. 3 fences to jump on this section of course before they make the sweeping turn downhill into the home straight. Tape is reset. Magic Days takes a turn. The flag is raised. And they're off.
They're off, everyone.
And Magic Days has planted. She's refusing to jump off with the others. Magic Days has refused to race. So this is the Mrs. Paddy Power Mare's Chase Grade 2. And Magic Days already out of the contest, having refused to race. They go towards fence number 2. Pink Legend, last year's runner-up towards the outside of last year's winner, Ellie May, with on the inside Dulcita. Ellie May was just jumped into by the other JP McManus-owned horse, Impervious, as they crossed over that second fence. Over the downhill section of the course, and now on towards fence number 3. Pink Legend has the lead in the hands of Charlie Deutsch. A very bad mistake by Riviere Detel. Hit that fence very hard. Jordan Gainford had to sit tight on the second of the greys with only Jeremy's Flame behind. And now they have a long run down the hill before they encounter fence number 4 taken in the home straight. So it's Pink Legend who has got the lead to Zambella racing in second. The 2 Brits, first and second at the moment. Racing in third is Ellie May. Then Dulcita to the inside rail of Impervious as they made the turn in. Allegory Devassi out quite wide. The very pale pink colour sported by Paul Townend. Then on that one's inside, Riviere Detel as they go over the first fence taken in the home straight. The back marker was Jeremy's Flame. On now towards the second plain fence on this line. Pink Legend leads the way to Zambella and Ellie May a little bit wider as they get over that. Dulcita, the red colours on the inside of Impervious, followed by Allegory Devassi. And then she's followed just a half length away by Riviere Detel and a length and a half back to Jeremy's Flame. So they go on to now the fence, which will be the second from home in a circuit's time. Pink Legend has got the lead. She rises now, jumped that beautifully to Zambella in second. The previous winner of the race, Ellie May, the almost white mare, racing in third. Dulcita tight up against the inside rail with Impervious for company.
They're going well at the moment.
Number 7 they cross and they're all safely over. So now a field of 8 set out on their final circuit with Magic Days not going with them right from the start. And it's Pink Legend who leads the parade of the mares. To Zambella in second and Ellie May is in third, Impervious between mares. On the inside is Dulcita, followed by Allegory Devassi. She's jumped very straight so far today, having shown that tendency to go right-handed last time out. Last but one is Riviere Detel, and the back marker is Jeremy's Flame, switched off as they make the run now on towards the first fence taken down the back straight. Fence number 8 in their sights. Pink Legend, quick and low over that, but still has the advantage over Zambella to her outside in a close second. Ellie May a wide trip, followed by Impervious, and then Dulcita right through on the inside. Alegria de Vassy is next. They go now over the one and only water jump taken in this race, and again they all jumped it well. And Zambella now has put some pressure on Pink Legend, and Zambella just noses the lead in the hands of Daryl Jacob in the double green. Here's the first of two open ditches, and Pink Legend
travelling pretty well.
Blundered at that ditch and now switches out wide as Zambella drifts into the inside rail. So Zambella and Pink Legend, these are the first two. Ellie Mae out wide will jump in third, Dulcita and Impervious in a share of fourth and fifth. Then Alegria de Vassy given a very patient ride. So too Riviere d'Etel, having survived that very early scare with that blunder early. The back marker remains Jeremy's Flame. Final open ditch, Zambella kicked into it by Daryl Jacob. She responded with a mighty leap. She leads by a length and a half to Pink Legend in second as they climbed a hill. Going on now towards the next. This is going to be the 13th. Zambella by just a length to Pink Legend in second. The white Ellie Mae to the outside in third. Impervious a little awkward on landing over that. Followed next by Alegria de Vassy, who's just now beginning to creep a little closer. She's gone by Dulcita, and then a half length to the outside, Riviere d'Etel, and still Jeremy's Flame going to be played late at the back of the field. They're going now towards the fourth from home.
Impervious in about fourth.
Just have a little bit right-handed over that, but she still has the lead. And now they begin to make the run down the hill. In the Grade 2, Mrs. Paddy Power, Mayor's Chase, Zambella has the lead to Pink Legend in second. And now Impervious begins to make ground in third. Ellie Mae is out wide as they cross over the third from home. They're queuing up with Pink Legend taking the lead.
Oh, Riviere d'Etel has gone.
Riviere d'Etel fell at the third from home. Hampered Dulcita, who may well have been beaten at the time. They're now beginning to make the turn back towards home. Just a quarter of a mile to go, and two more plain fences to take. Charlie Deutsch on last year's runner-up Pink Legend still have the lead. Impervious, however, is taking dead aim towards the outside in the hands of a motionless Brian Hayes. Now also staying on. Paul Townend aboard. Alegria de Vassy and Impervious. These two now are going to battle it out as they race down towards
it's going to be close.
17th and final fence. Impervious over on the far side. A slender lead, but a big
Go on, Allegory.
by Alegria de Vassy.
Go on, Allegory. Oh, Impervious is coming back.
However, is battling back tenaciously to the inside rail. Impervious will not hear of defeat. She's now a perfect 4 out of 4 over fences, and Impervious is the champion there. In second came Alegria de Vassy, in third Pink Legend, and in fourth Zambella.
Impervious wins. Impervious wins from Alegria de Vassy and Pink Legend back in third. What a finish that was. I know all you guys who are watching me, if you do get to see the race replay, it's worth a watch. I thought for the final sort of 10 strides, it was going to be Alegria de Vassy's, but Impervious gets up for JP McManus. The Burns horse there, unbeaten over the bigger obstacles, 4 from 4. Ended up going off the second favourite at around 15-8. If you were on, then hats off to you. You can see there, fair play. Lewis Stobart there, very excited. As you can see there, Impervious was for Lewis, and he hadn't had a win today. So, fair play. Now you're on the scoreboard. Hopefully you can make it 2 from 2 in the final race as well, Lewis. Impervious wins the Mayor's Chase. Do not go anywhere. I'm going to take a little break, and I will be back for the 5:30. I want to know what you're backing in the final race, the Martin Pipe handicap hurdle for amateur riders. Are we ending Cheltenham Festival with a win? You tell me. Let us know who you're backing, and we'll be back very soon indeed. I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got just the one race left of the 2023 Cheltenham Festival. It's the Martin Pipe handicap hurdle, and those are the two I've gone for. No Ordinary Joe and Haxo there. Let's see if we can bring up the race card for the 5:30, the final race on day 4. Now, we've got 12 comments there. I've not seen them. I'm going to guess at least 4 of them are we going to be able to see the race live? Let's have a look. No, there isn't any. Oh, that's a shock, isn't it? Anyway, quite a big race in terms of the number of runners, so we'll have to go through them. Let's see what's what. Top weight, well, joint top weights, we've got Felix Desji for Gordon Elliott and Might Eye. I've got to admit, I'd be very chuffed if Might Eye does well with Lorcan Murta in the saddle. Lorcan Murta was one of our, if you watched it, one of the special guests on our preview show that we did last Sunday evening. I'd be really chuffed if he did that. And also Harry Fry was on the show as well. So if those two can go well, I'd really like that. Cool Survivor for Sam Ewing, Gordon Elliott there, 9-2, vying for favourite. Actually, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll do them in odds order. That'll be better. So Cool Survivor is the current 9-2 favourite for Gordon Elliott. We've then got Iroko for Ollie Greenall and Josh Guerrero, 5-1. Imagine, 13-2. Spanish Harlem, I think, has a decent chance at 7-1. Might Eye at 8. Irish Hill looks to make it 4 wins on the spin for Paul Nichols with Angus Chaleda at 9s. No Ordinary Joe, one of my selections there. Luca Morgan rides for Nicky Henderson. Another Gordon Elliott runner with firm footings at 25-1. Spirit of Legend at 25s. Mark of Gold at 28s. Molly's Ollie's Wishes at 30s. Alf Floron at 35-1. Haxo, that doesn't look too good. It's drifted like an absolute barge. It's 35-1. And it's 40-1 bar the remainder of the likes of Felix Desji, Buddy One, Sailor V, West to the Bridge. 50 Ball is at 80s, Impulsive One at 80s, and the Rank Outsiders at 150 and 200-1 respectively. We've got Hollow Sound and In From the Cold. What are you guys backing in the final race at Cheltenham? Why can't I watch the last 2 races live? Well, Tom, if you have the Racing Post app, you might be able to. Or if you've got Racing TV, you can. Or if you've placed the bet through your Bookmakers app or Bookmaker Online, then you'll be able to watch it more than likely directly with your bookmaker. So don't fret. Or you can watch List Idiot and listen to the audio commentary. It's entirely up to you. No need to be gutted. It's absolutely fine, Thomas. As long as they win, you'll be fine. Irish Hill and Face Blue Smiling. Your face is blue from smiling? That doesn't make sense unless I've just been trolled or something. Yeah, I bet with Paddy Power as well, Tom. So you should be able to watch it directly on the app. So don't fret. It's fine. It's all good. But yeah, I've gone for No Ordinary Joe and Haxo. Those are my 2. Haxo represent the Willie Mullins yard. What I think is really interesting is that the connections of Haxo, the No Feely Racing Syndicate, who also own Love Envoy, who finished, I think, 3rd in the Mares Hurdle. Obviously had Love Envoy win a handicap at the festival last year. And I think potentially, I don't think they have that many horses with Willie Mullins. And I think Willie Mullins will probably want that horse to have a decent showing to potentially attract more of that, because it's starting to become quite a big syndicate to attract more of their horses over to Ireland for Willie Mullins. I mean, saying all that, it won last time out. It won its maiden. It's a progressive type who's sort of not unearthed its true potential. It's a lot left open whether or not it could be a really decent horse or not. We shall see. Clearly, it knows now, thankfully, how to win a race after winning its previous one. And Kieran Callahan's a decent jockey. I think 35-1 for a Willie Mullins horse is perhaps a bit too big. No Ordinary Joe. Obviously, Nicky Henderson had Constitution Hill win on Tuesday. Obviously, it's a powerhouse yard, and they've got a massive owner with JP McManus. Looking through the horse's form, yes, it finished 9th last time, but it can be forgiven that run because it was 9th of 16. That was in a grade 3. The only thing that perhaps puts me off slightly is its handicap mark. It's about £4 or £5 above its last winning mark. But you know what? I think potentially to sneak into a place, we'll go with that. I know one of my colleagues is really big on Iroko. But look, Iroko, Mai Tai, Irish Hill, if you're looking for horses that are single figure odds, those would probably be the 3 I would point you towards if you're looking for more of a win bet. But I'm quite happy with No Ordinary Joe and also Haxo if you're looking for an each way punt. Haxo now 40-1. Might have lost a leg. I don't think that's a positive. But anyway, we shall see. Thomas Collar, who won the race? I'm presuming you mean who won the 450. The 450 was won by Rank Outsider. I will bring up the result for you now so you can see it on screen. Let's have a look. Oh, sorry, no, it wasn't one. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the Challenge Cup. But no, it was Impervious that won. Allegory Devassi was in second. And Pink Legend was third at 33-1. So that's what won the previous race, the 450. But enough of that. We've got to focus on the Martin Pipe. It's conditional jockeys race means obviously you're not going to get your big superstars like Paul Townend, who's obviously won champion jockey of the Cheltenham Festival this year, which is no great surprise, really, is it? With the ammunition that he gets to ride for Willie Mullins. But look, who are you backing in the 5:30? I need to know so I can give you the credit you deserve when it romps home and wins. I'm not having any of this after timing where you decide not to tell me and then afterwards go, oh my God, I had the 50-1 winner, because I will call bullshit. That's what I will call. At least you can see on screen what I've gone for. No Ordinary Joe and Haxo there. We've got about 10 minutes till the off. What I'm going to do is, if you're a dedicated racing fan, then you need to make sure that you do these next two things. Actually, I'm going to ask, seeing as I've been doing this for 4 days this week, from 1 o'clock till about 6 o'clock, and it's for free, and I'm going through all this, doing all the graphics, doing everything myself, you could at least either give us a follow on YouTube. You could at least like this video. You could at least give it a share. But if you really want to be kind, what I'd really like you to do is, if you've got an Android or an iPhone phone, then download this. It's completely free. It's the Picks from the Paddock app, and it's right here. So that is the completely free Picture in the Paddock app. If you've got Android, iPhone, or you use a tablet, it's completely free. You get daily race previews, race cards, results. You get audio commentary. You get loads of different news features. You've got a community base on there where you can share tips, talk to fellow punters and racing enthusiasts. Seriously, if you can do me a favor as a one big thank you before the final race, please go and download it. It'd mean the absolute world to us. Or if you can see the street, I don't think you can quite see it. It'll be in reverse, but you'll see Silks. Silks is another company. I own the company. Silks Magazine at silksmagazine.com. It's a racing weekly magazine. It's $1.99 a week, 10 times better than the Racing Post, because they're owned by big money men. We can say anything. We can swear on stream. We can say fuck bollocks. Who cares? But look, if you could also go and give them a like or a share or a follow on Twitter, that'd mean an absolute lot as well. I'm going to play an advert for them. Then we're going to come back and it's going to be all about the Martin Pipe. And hopefully we'll bag a winner on the final race. So that was Silks Magazine, silksmagazine.com, run and owned by racing fans for racing fans. So please go and follow those. Give us a like. You also get discounts on retail, fashion, accommodation, racing tickets, racing day experiences. Honestly, go over there, give it a bit of support. Mean an awful lot to us. Anyway, enough of that. We've got the 5:30 to get stuck into. So let's have a look what we've got on here. So what's been said? Right, I'm going to go through your selections and see what we've got. We've got a 50 ball from Don Conler. Rory Rowan has gone for firm footing there. Kieran in from the cold. Bonjour. A nice little picture of Hezbollah. Well, bonjour, mon ami. Les firm footings. Lauren P asks, is this going to show the 5:30 race? Well, no, Lauren, because the stream would get taken down for copyright. However, what I will do is I'll let you have the audio commentary. You'll see the race card. You'll see this ugly mug in the bottom corner. But, you know, it's the best I can do. What else have we got? Thank you very much. Ryan, thanks for your support. I know you've been watching a little bit of this stream today. So, yeah, if anyone can go and have a little look at our either Silks Magazine or go and have a look at our app that's completely free, that'd mean an awful lot. Jane, right, I'm going to try and pronounce your surname, but I am going to butcher this to the point where it might sound slightly racist. So, Jane, I'll apologize in advance. Jane Kwiatkowski. Look, I've got 10 points for an effort, right? She needs Irish Hill to save the day. Well, you can sod off because no Ordinary Joe or Hector are going to win. But I'll let you have a place. We'll be generous. Oh, Ryan, I didn't even read what you've put before I put that on the screen. You dirty, dirty wrong one. Can't be doing that, Ryan. Can't be doing that. What's even worse, Ryan, is the picture of Lauren is an anime character. Mate. Boo. Boo. Shame on Ryan in the chat. I don't know. Wonder why men get a bad name. No idea. Won't have a clue. Anyway, the 5:30. Couple of minutes until the off. Obviously, we've seen what your selections are. I'm going for No Ordinary Joe and Haxo, both each way. Hopefully they come good. I could do with a winner myself, but you know what? I'll take the odd place just to sort of help me get by this festival from a point of view. A little bit down. It's not been too disastrous. One of the big handicaps is today sort of saved my bacon, if truth be told. What I will do before I let everyone go, though, after obviously before the end of the last race, is tomorrow is the Midlands Grand National. One of my colleagues has been very, very sweet on a horse for the Midlands Grand National for about 6 weeks. And it's Trucker's Lodge. Trucker's Lodge is the one. Now, Bryony Frost hasn't had a ride all week. Hasn't had anything at Cheltenham. She's going to ride Trucker's Lodge. I'm not the biggest Bryony Frost fan in the saddle, but, you know, she's pulled out some decent efforts with Frodon, etc. She's going to be riding Trucker's Lodge. That's going to be my nap in the Racing Post. You can find my naps every day in the Racing Post. In the naps table, I think I'm 10th at the moment of 53. I write for the Jersey Evening Post, other publications as well. But Trucker's Lodge each way, because it's currently, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll quickly see whether or not we can get the race card up. Trucker's Lodge tomorrow. Let's have a look at tomorrow's race card. It's the 3 o'clock at Utah. Midlands Grand National. Let's have a look. I will do it as the clear favourite. But we just scroll down here. Trucker's Lodge around 14 to 1. Former course and distance winner, won the race not that long ago. Yes, it's an 11-year-old, but he's had a relatively light campaign this year. Hails from the yard of Paul Nichols, 14 to 1. Back at each way, especially if you've got bookmakers that are offering perhaps the first 5 home, especially with there being 17 runners. If there's a bookmaker being really generous and offering the first 6, then I'd certainly go for that and bite the hand off. But that's what I'm going for tomorrow. Trucker's Lodge, the 3 o'clock at Utah. If you want to know what else I'm going to be tipping, I do cover all the ITV races every Saturday. You will see both on YouTube, Facebook, or on our Twitter accounts. If you're following on Twitter at PixPaddock, you will see I'll do a quick video every morning. I release it roughly around the same time as the opening show, so about 9:30, 10 in the morning, and I'll go through the ITV races, and therefore you'll be able to have that and have a little quick watch of that. But anyway, let's get back to it. Let's get back to the final race. Let's have a look. Where are they at the moment? They are getting close to the start. Probably be a minute or 2 late, but we shall see. Let's have a look. I will get the commentary up for everyone. Last chance to tell us what you're tipping in this race. What have we got here? We've got Spanish Harlem from Alex Jackson. We've got Rob, who's going Irish Hill. A lot of people for Irish Hill. Come on, No Ordinary Joe. I hope you're right, Dean. Let's see the final race of the Cheltenham Festival, the 5:30, the Martin Pipe conditional jockeys. Let's have a look. We'll get this up now. Bear with me for 1 second. And yes, my surname really is legally Paddock. Would you believe? Someone who was into horse racing. Never guess.
Irish Hill.
And we are off, ladies and gents. Here we go.
Inside is Spirit of Legend, racing alongside Imagine and then Firm Footings as they make the turn in. Impulsive One is next to the field, followed by In From the Cold, a race towards the inside rail. On the inside rail is 50 Ball as they go over that flight of hurdles. Molly Ollie's Wishes at the moment is last but one. Also towards the rear is Might I, together with Felix Deji, and also towards the rear of the field is Spanish Harlem. The back marker continues to be C'est La Vie, and she at the moment is racing the best part of 12 lengths off the leader. And that leader is west of the bridge, as they race on now a long run before they encounter flight number 4. So it is West the Bridge who leads the way. On the outside, it's Hollow Sound, who is in a very close second. Haxo, and on the inside, Iroko, and between those two, Buddy One. They're then followed towards the inside by Spirit of Legend. Out wide, then, the green colours of Impulsive One, who races alongside Firm Footings. 50 Ball right on the inside with No Ordinary Joe as they rise now at flight number 4. And Hollow Sound was the leader. Haxo made a mistake, ridden away from that flight of hurdles of Spanish Harlem. So they have a circuit to go in the Martin Pipe. And it's Hollow Sound moving up around the outside of West the Bridge in second. Towards the inside rail, Iroko is just in third. Buddy One out wide is in fourth. And then Irish Hill has now taken 5th position. Imagine is now in 6th, with Haxo towards the outside in 7th. The inside Spirit of Legend is racing in 8th as they make the run slightly downhill. Firm Footings is next to the field. He's racing alongside 50 Ball and No Ordinary Joe. And they're then being hunted up by Mark of Gold, who's racing in midfield. He's racing just in front of Felix Deji, who tries to make a bit of ground as they make the first jump down the back straight. Very slow over that last but one was Spanish Harlem, and ridden along at the back of the field is C'est La Vie. Mai Tai is also still towards the rear of the field together with Molly Ollie's Wishes. In from the cold has also just been shuffled back as they go over the second flight, taken down the back straight. And it is out in front Hollow Sound, who leads the way to West the Bridge in second. Buddy One is right up there together with Irish Hill, who's a little bit wider. He's the first of the greys. Then towards the inside, Iroko, who's then being followed by Spirit Legend. And then towards the outside is Haxo, who's alongside Firm Footings and Cool Survivor. Then after these, Felix Deji, who's been followed by Fleuron, who's around the outside. 50 Ball has been shuffled back now as they make the run towards the flight on the top of the hill. Impulsive One has now been relegated to last. Hollow Sound will lead them as they rise at the third from home to West the Bridge, who jumped it big in second position. Buddy One to the outside is in third. Iroko to the inside is in a share of fourth with Irish Hill. And then Imagine, who's followed in the same ownership by Firm Footings, and also in that mix is Cool Survivor as they now begin to make the descent. No Ordinary Joe also just hunting up that leading group. Haxo is off the bit and being ridden. Might I now begins to make a little bit of ground from the rear of the field. So too in from the cold, who is passing 1 or 2. Mark of Gold is then being ridden. Now Molly Ollie's Wishes, another one who begins to make a move and is still travelling well. And also C'est La Vie, a long way behind early, is picking up, totally tailed off, is Impulsive One. They're racing now onto the wings of the second from home. West the Bridge on the inside of Buddy One. These are the first two. Irish Hill will rise in third position. Firm Footings towards the outside. A bad mistake by Felix Deji. And now they've just got one more flight of hurdles to take, but still 3 furlongs to go in the Martin Pipe. And it is now Buddy One who claims the lead over Irish Hill, who is the grey. Firm Footings towards the inside is Iroko, who has every chance. He's been followed into the race by Imagine, who's also with every chance. No Ordinary Joe towards the near side.
Go on, No Ordinary Joe.
This near side rail. Just in behind them, picking up his Mark of Gold. Then Molly Ollie's Wishes. They've still got a quarter of a mile to go. And it's Buddy One, taken on by No Ordinary Joe.
Go on, No Ordinary Joe.
Roke on the far side is back in third. Imagine is in fourth. And then Might I, followed by Firm Footings. Here's the final flight. No Ordinary Joe on the near side.
Go on, No Ordinary Joe.
Now drifting to the far side is Buddy One. Still trying to...
Go on, lad.
Followed by Might I. They've got 150
Go on.
to go. No
Iroko's coming.
Iroko, however,
Hold on.
between horses is rallying.
No.
Racing up towards the line. It is Iroko who has taken the Martin.
Close.
Tight for second, Buddy One and No Ordinary Joe. Imagine Might I, followed home by Mark of Gold and Firm Footings.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen.
And another for JP.
Iroko, the wrong JP horse I went with. Iroko wins. No Ordinary Joe. So close, my selection. And then we had, what was the other one? Buddy One finishes in third. I will try my best to give you the remainder in terms of the finishing places. Someone followed me with No Ordinary Joe. It was so close. So close. It was so close, Dean. Worth a watch anyway. But I think the extra bit of weight that it had to carry compared to when it won last time is probably what's just cost it in the final strides. I've had second-itis today. No Ordinary Joe. And I also had second in the Hunter Chase. But that is the end of the 2023 Cheltenham Festival. I've been Rory Paddock for picksonthepaddock.co.uk. Get on Truckers Lodge tomorrow in the, what is it, Midlands National, isn't it? Spanish Harlem, nowhere, I'm afraid, Adam. But yes, get on Truckers Lodge tomorrow. What I'll also do before you disappear, I will give you 3 other horses worth following for this evening on the all-weather. If you want an extra bet or two, then I'll give that to you now. If you bear with me a moment. 3 at big prices. I've put them all in an each way patent. But the ones to be on later, perhaps at a decent price. So grab your pen, grab a piece of paper. Here we go. I'll give you them in time order. Moatadel, each way in the 7:15 at Newcastle. Red Walls, each way in the 7:30 at Wolverhampton. And in the 8 o'clock at Wolverhampton, Fact or Fable, currently priced around 11 to 1. Those are 3 for tonight if you want to follow us. If you also, I'm afraid not, my man, Irish Hill did not. It ran a really good race, but it was there in front and then just found wanting at the end. But guys, I would really appreciate if you can hit that subscribe button. I know I'm going to sound like some YouTuber who's in his teens and I'm in my bloody 30s. But please hit that subscribe. It'll mean a lot. Or if you're watching on Facebook, give our page a little follow. Honestly, it doesn't cost you anything. And I've been here, this stream's lasting 4 hours and 25 minutes. I've done that for the last 4 days, all completely free. So if that's the least you can do to show a bit of love, a bit of support, then it means an awful lot. Truckers Lodge tomorrow. I'm giving you 3 each way for tonight. No Ordinary Joe was so close to giving us an absolute dream end to the festival. I hope you've bet an absolute ton of winners. I'm going to go and save my voice. Tune in on either Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube tomorrow at about 9:30, 10 in the morning, and I'll be going through all the big ITV races this Saturday. I have been Rory Paddock for PFTP. As always, any likes, comments, and shares, very much welcome. But thanks for your support. Hope you've enjoyed the festival. And next year, we'll bag even more winners.